Uh, Good afternoon. I'm calling to order the regular board meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for November 13th, 2025. Welcome, everyone. First item on the agenda is flag salute. So please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Next item is roll call.
Trustee Zhao.
Here.
Trustee Chow.
Present.
Trustee Leon.
Here.
Trustee Madhato.
Yep.
Trustee Liu.
Here. All right. And then the next item is the board agenda approval. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll move.
Thanks, Sylvia. In a second.
Second.
Thanks, Seva. Roll call.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leon.
Aye.
Trustee Madhato.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. Okay. Next item is public comments for the closed session. Do we have any public comments tonight?
No, we do not.
All right. In that case, then I'm going to adjourn us to closed session and we'll be back around 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We're going to thanks, everyone. So we're going to reconvene back to open session. Reporting out from closed session, the board voted 5-0 to approve the settlement agreement for student 11-13-25A. We didn't finish the closed sessions. We'll be returning back to that at the end of this open session here. Then we have two opening items. The first one is the classified employee of the month. So Mike, if you do the honors.
All right, thank you. All right, it gives me great pleasure to talk about a man who is one of our hardest working custodian operations men. And the employee of the month is Margarito Medina. And Margarito, he couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately, because I would have liked to seen him blush and smile and giggle. But whoever nominated him, they wrote something here, and then I'll have Francisco Garcia, our custodial supervisor, come up and say a few words. So first of all, Margarito is one of our head custodians. Margarito works extremely hard every day to ensure all CUSD schools are taken care of, especially sites who are experiencing custodial vacancies. He's very responsive to all concerns, finds coverages for sites, and even comes himself whenever there's no substitute available. He never complains. He works hard to make sure that campuses are clean and that all sites have the supplies needed for students and staff. He thinks on his feet and finds solutions to issues and problems that may crop up throughout the day. Over the summer, Margarito worked really hard with all the substitute custodians to make sure that the schools were clean, welcoming, and ready for the students to return. Margarito is a team player, a great leader, very professional, and courteous. We all are grateful for his assistance, leadership, and kindness. Margarito is a great leader. He is an ideal role model for those he supervises. He's diligent, has a friendly personality, demonstrates a strong work ethic, and has a can-do attitude. I am always impressed by his positive outlook and look forward to seeing him whenever he's on campus. So with that being said, I'm going to call up Francisco Garcia, who's going to have some words about Margarito as well.
All right. So, as Mike said, Margarito could not be here this evening, and I'd like to say a few words about Margarito. Oh, hold on, I'm getting an urgent text. Oh, it's from Dana Eno. Let's see, what does she have to say? Dear Cisco, I know you like to joke around, but please do not roast Margarito. This is not that kind of event. Okay. There goes my speech. No, seriously though, let's see. I've had the privilege of knowing Margarito since 1997. He got his first permanent assignment here as a custodian in 1999, and I got to see him rise in the ranks. He went on to become a custodial team leader. And when we had some restructuring in the department, he remained as a roving working lead. And from there, as Mike stated, he is now our day shift head custodian. You said a lot of kind words that kind of summed up his work ethic, but I'd like to just tell a little bit more in depth on some of the things you mentioned. There are nights where we do experience some severe short staffed. We're really short staffed and not enough coverage. And Margarito works really hard. The next day, he'll get the message at a site that might not have had a night custodian, and he will go sometimes as early as 5 a.m., sometimes by himself, sometimes he'll have a helper. But before that first bell rings, they've gotten everything done. The restrooms, the trash, the rooms are vacuumed. And it's just, to me, it's just surprising how hard and how fast they can get all of that done when it really comes down to it. It is that hardworking ethic and unyielding dedication to getting the job done that makes him so deserving of this honor. So let's have one more round of applause for Margarito.
Well, thank you, Mike and Francisco, for sharing and the stories for Margarito. I guess, Margarito, if you're watching or if you're viewing the video, thank you so much. We're very lucky to have you here in the district. Have a couple of things here for you. So if you could get them from Mike or Francisco. So thank you. All right. The second item then here is we have presentations from our sister cities committees, Toyogawa and Hsinchu. So we'll kick us off on that.
I will. I just will echo Jerry. We are super excited to be able to highlight and hear from two of our sister cities, Hsinchu and Toyogawa. So I know that we have our representatives. I believe we have some students here. So I think we'll start with Toyogawa. Both of these sister cities, we just benefit by our student exchange. We have students that go over and learn their culture, their education, and then likewise students from there come over here. And it's just such an enriching. And last year I had an opportunity to actually join one of the sister city trips to Hsinchu, and I had always been very impressed, and I just had my eyes completely open because it's far more enriching than I ever believed, and it really does touch the lives of parents, adults, students, and those are lifelong connections that you make. So I'll stop talking. Introduce from Toyogawa first. I believe we have Sharon Fong, Alyssa Sakas, and Angela Chen. I'll invite you guys up to the podium.
Welcome. Did you want them to come up, Sharon?
Yeah, they're gonna stand behind me. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't be shy, guys. All right. Good evening. My name is Sharon Fong, and I'm the first vice president of the Cupertino Toyogawa Sister City Organization. Our sister city relationship was established 47 years ago in 1978, with the very first CUSD student delegation visiting Toyogawa 42 years ago in 1983. This is truly a testament to the strong relationship between the two cities, and especially the outstanding support of CUSD throughout all these years. Thank you, Superintendent, the board, and all of the CUSD staff members involved in this delegation, helping to keep this exchange going year after year. Tonight, I have several CTS members showing their support of the program. You guys want to wave back there? I also have several 2025 student delegation behind me here tonight who would like to say a few words to you. Again, on behalf of the CTSC organization, thank you for all of your support throughout all these years.
Good evening. My name is Larry Blair. I'm a teacher at Kennedy Middle School, and I was the lead chaperone for this year's trip. We have the other two chaperones with me who will be speaking to you in a minute, and then we have our members, the delegates, who will be speaking to you also.
Good evening. My name is Laura Georgescu, and I teach English language development at Hyde Middle School.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Fong. I'm a fourth grade teacher at John Muir.
We would first like to start by sincerely thanking the board and the district for your unwavering support of the Cupertino-Toyokawa Sister City Exchange Program. I want to offer particular thanks for supporting the most immersive aspect of the hosting experience, allowing the 16 students and 16 Japanese student delegates from Toyokawa to spend 2 full days at Cupertino Middle School. Without the district's support to open our schools and classrooms, these students could not have had such a truly unique, authentic, and memorable experience in an American school environment.
The students and chaperones enjoyed participating in life as an American student, visiting various classes, sports, and elective. Since not all our delegates attend Cupertino Middle School, selected CMS host students were ready to guide the delegation around in this unforgettable experience. The Japanese students also performed a cultural dance, a mixture of traditional folk and modern pop song. Students from both countries had great fun learning from each other in this exchange.
For those unfamiliar, the exchange involves 2 core parts. First, our CUSD delegates traveled to Toyokawa, Japan, in June for a 6-day homestay, which included 2 full days spent in a Japanese junior high school. Our students were immersed in everything from morning assembly to attending classes in Japan and after-school clubs. Then we were honored to host our Japanese friends here in Cupertino for 6 days. The Japanese student delegates spent 2 full days shadowing CUSD students at Cupertino Middle School. This format allows for students on both sides to truly move beyond tourism. We genuinely get to experience daily life in Japan and share our life and our schools with our visitors here. For me, participating in this exchange program was a powerful opportunity to not only travel to Japan, but to forge strong bonds between teachers and students from CUSD schools right here in Cupertino. I had the chance to work closely with colleagues and students from many other schools, and we all worked hard together to represent our community and make the trip a success. Most importantly, this program is the ultimate practical lesson in the skills that we at CUSD value most. The Sister City Exchange provides a real chance for students to develop and practice the core competencies outlined in the Portrait of a CUSD Learner. Please consider what the students had to do. They were inclusive collaborators. The students had to work respectfully and empathetically with their Japanese host families and peers toward the common goal of a successful, respectful cultural exchange. They were effective communicators. They had to use every tool, verbal and nonverbal, to bridge language and cultural gaps. They were resilient learners. The homestay experience forced our students to be incredibly adaptable. They took initiative, quickly adjusted to entirely new situations and social norms, and embraced the discomfort that comes with traveling far outside their comfort zone. This program moves these competencies from abstract concepts to real-world action, making them more meaningful for our students.
For myself, having lived in Japan before and taught in their schools, what excited me about the Cupertino-Toyokawa Sister City program was the community bridging aspect of this experience. As Laura mentioned, this program brought together families and teachers of different schools. We then went to meet and build friendships with communities of another country, opening our horizons and expanding global awareness and citizenship. Taking a group of students for such a long period was also a new experience for me, like an extended field trip, but with no parent chaperones. Along the way, in preparing our delegation, I realized how much I naturally assimilate into Japanese culture when needed, or how many Japanese customs I've adopted into my own lifestyle. It was almost like experiencing Japan afresh when teaching and reminding our students how to walk in an orderly, purposeful pattern, talk in a respectful, softer tone, act in a way that represents collective unity rather than the individual, bowing a lot and deeply for everything from greetings to giving thanks to apologies. Finally, it was exciting and waiting being part of a delegation that represents or serves as ambassadors for not only Cupertino, but for our country. Proudly, I can say our students rose to the occasion and exceeded expectations. So much so that they were commended by the Toyokawa City Hall staff for their curiosity, understanding, and respect of Japanese culture. Our delegation had truly become global contributors.
We would now like for you to hear from our CUSD students who participated, since they are the best witnesses to the transformative power of this experience. And we will turn the presentation over to them so they can share their personal highlights.
Hello. Hello, my name is Arjun and I'm an 8th grader currently at Kennedy Middle School. And I just want to start off by thanking the CUSD board for helping this program and to make us become more, make us new friends and deepen our cultural understanding with a different country. Something very surprising to me was that at the Japanese schools, they were serving their own lunch, and after lunch, they were cleaning their classrooms and schools. In America, you punch in your code, take your lunch, and do the best you can, but the custodian also cleans. I thought this was very different, but also very interesting. Also, the Japanese students were very quiet and very serious during class, but outside of class, they were also very fun, and I enjoyed being with them inside and outside of class. Also, since this program has made us a lot of friends. I talk with my Japanese delegates a lot often, and we talk about meeting again, either in Toyokawa or Cupertino. And while there are only 4 boys in each delegation, that made us have stronger bonds, and we hope to make these friendships last a lifetime. I also want to continue volunteering at the Cherry Blossom Festival for Miss Terry at the Cotton Candy booth. I think that even though I have done this before, doing it with my friends really was a different perspective at it, and I think I had a lot more fun than before, and I want to continue doing it. And I also want to pass on the cultural exchange experience to my peers and people younger than me, so they will be interested in joining the Cupertino Toyokawa exchange program. And I finally want to thank the CUSD board again for helping this program and to make us all better people. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caleb Salazar, and I'm currently in 8th grade. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Caleb Salazar. I'm currently an 8th grader at Miller Middle School. The school in Toyokawa was the school in Toyokawa was really great experience to learn about Japanese culture, as well as in their classes where we learned about Japanese school life and their classes, especially their English class, where we learned how they learned English, as well as also helped the students practice their English, which I think they really appreciated. Homestay in Japan, in Toyokawa, taught us many things, such as the daily Japanese kids' life and a lot of Japanese culture, as well as give us lifelong friendships across the seas. This experience gave me a whole new perspective from across the sea. And I'd like to give CUSD a really big thank you for the support in making this really great experience happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neil, and I'm a ninth grader at Homestead High School. Last year, I attended Cupertino Middle School. The most memorable moments of my visit to Toyokawa were staying with the host family and visiting the local shrines and visiting the school. At the school, I made many new friends and long-lasting memories. Being a CTSC delegate has made me more confident, more open to meeting new people, and more open to new cultures. Finally, I want to thank the CUSD board for making this opportunity possible.
Hi, I'm Lauren Vanderbeek, a freshman at Monte Vista High School, and I graduated Kennedy Middle School. While at Toyokawa, I experienced many new things, but one thing that stood out to me was at Ottawa Junior High School, students arranged their desks into a circle in their classroom and prepared and served lunch to their peers, while here in America, we usually eat lunch outside at benches and tables, and the lunch is usually prepared and served by school staff. So I would like to thank CUSD for providing us with these opportunities, because this, combined with many other new cultural aspects, allowed us to learn and get immersed in new things, providing us with a new perspective. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Sarapoke. I currently attend Lynbrook High School, and last year I attended Miller Middle School. At Ottawa Junior High School, the students in the class always tried to incorporate us into the class activities, even though their English skills weren't the best. And I really enjoyed that because they always made us feel welcome, and it was just a really great experience overall. The homestay changed my life because I have never experienced Japanese culture before, especially with my own two eyes. Something about the homestay that was really special was that our host always had something for us to do after school, and it felt like we were just hanging out as friends instead of just a host and a partner dynamic. It was really enjoyable, and I would like to give CUSD a big thank you, because without them, this experience wouldn't be possible. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Arna Patel, and I'm an 8th grader at Lawson. I just want to say that going to Japan was one of the most memorable experiences of my life. I've met people that I never thought I'd meet. When I was younger, I always wanted to go to Japan, and when I joined this program, I actually did end up going. I made a friend there. Her name's Mia. She lived here in Cupertino for a couple of years, and she told me that she missed America, but she really loved Japan. And I see where she's coming from. They're clean. They always talk to each other. They always joke around with their teachers. Here, if you try to joke with their teacher, either they get mad or sent you to the principal's office. 2, if you joke with their friends, either they get really offended or they'll just try to hit you back. And 3, their school is really clean compared to the ones here, especially Lawson. It's really dirty. But yeah, she also told me her school is really dirty, which I absolutely believe. My homestay was absolutely incredible. I met all of their family, and when I mean all, I mean all. Their great-grandma, their mom, their great-great-uncle, their extended uncle, everybody. And I didn't bring enough gifts for all of them, unfortunately, but I really enjoyed talking to them. And I learned so many unspoken rules, which our cultural teacher didn't teach us. And adjusting there was really hard, I have to say. I'm a really loud person when I'm with my friends, and there it was really hard to try to stay quiet, and I don't think I really excelled in that, but it's fine. But yeah, when they came here, they really enjoyed America. They said our 7-Eleven really sucks. I believe them. And they taught me an insight. They actually taught me so much. I don't think I would have been myself if I haven't met them once. And I'm really trying to save up to buy a plane ticket so I can meet them again with my own money. I only have $10, but I'll get there. And I really, really want to thank CUSD. Without you, I would have never met them. I would have never met like 50 plus people. I would have never learned that Japan is really that clean. And I would have never got to joke around with their math teacher, which unfortunately bullied me and my partner because our Japanese was really bad.
Hello, my name is Hasika. I am a 9th grader at Monte Vista High School, and I went to Lawson Middle School. During my visit to Toyokawa, Japan, I had the wonderful opportunity to go to A.2 Junior High School. We were warmly welcomed when we arrived at the school, and I noticed the sense of community and eagerness everyone had. During the 2 eventful days we spent at A.2 Junior High School, I met so many new students and got to experience how school life in Japan really was. One of the most interesting parts of my visit to the school that stood out to me the most was seeing how school in Japan is both similar and different to school in America. In Japan, the students wear uniforms and have different classroom etiquette, but at the same time, schools have similar ways of learning and school activities. I also noticed that students in America and Japan shared similar interests, dreams, and opinions. Overall, visiting A.2 Junior High School was a very informational and wonderful experience. I want to thank the CUSD board for giving us this amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aditi, and I'm currently a freshman at Cupertino High School, but last year I attended Lawson Middle School. During my stay in Toyokawa, I attended A.2 Junior High School for 2 days. I attended many classes there, and I found what I found interesting there was instead of the students moving classes for different subjects, the teachers did. I even got to attend an English class where we played a card game with we played an English card game with the students, which I found was very fun. My favorite memories, though, from the school was definitely talking to the students there, and especially the ones that toured me around their class, because they were super talkative and they always managed to include me in their conversations despite the language barrier. Being a Cupertino delegate truly changed my perspective on how I see the world. Living with my host family and connecting with people from a different culture truly helped me become more independent, open-minded, and appreciative of new perspectives. It showed me that friendship and understanding can cross any language barrier, and I'll carry these lessons with me by continuing to seek out more global experiences and connections. I really want to thank CUSD for supporting this exchange and giving me an experience that I'll never forget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vihan Shah. I'm an 8th grader and I currently attend Lawson Middle School. The Cupertino Toyokawa Student Exchange Program was the most memorable and rewarding experience of my life so far. I'd like to say, first of all, during the school experience, I got to attend a Japanese junior high school for 2 days, and I really enjoyed sitting in on their classes, seeing how they learned, and also seeing how their school was built, especially seeing that they had a swimming pool, which was pretty cool. I also enjoyed seeing their after-school activities, including archery club and basketball club, which we definitely don't have here, which is also a very nice thing. The homestay changed me as a person because I feel more of a global citizen now. I feel more that I have 2 families, one in America and one in Japan, and I hope my Japanese delegates feel the same. I'd like to thank CUSD for everything they do to make this program possible. Without your support, this program would not be what it is. And I'd like to present this memory book of all of our photos and experiences on the Toyokawa trip to Superintendent Yao.
Are there any questions any of the board would like to ask of the delegates?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you again.
I'll just say on behalf of the board here, I'd like to thank the committee members, the chaperones for your hard work here. I mean, the 42 years is an incredibly long time. I know I was at the dinner where, you know, there was a sort of a second generation student, and I think it's just incredible, truly a labor of love. I'm very lucky to have the program here in our CUSD family. To the students, thank you all so much. We love hearing from our students. You guys were all so incredibly polite. Every single one of you thanked us. So I'll just say you're welcome. I'd like to congratulate you on your adventure spirit for signing up to, you know, go over to the other side of the world. It was really great to hear all the things you've learned, all the things you've experienced. And yeah, you know, this is gonna just very heartwarming. So thank you all for that. And yeah, maybe we'll get a picture later or now, or I'd like to get a picture. So
Do you want to do Toya
Maybe
Kawa and
Toya
Sinju
Kawa?
together? Do you want to do them separate? Up to the board's stuff.
separate. I just do a separate one. We'll if we could do a good picture here, please. Okay.
Our second sister city, Hsinchu City, I think we have a couple different representatives, Angela Chan, Chiching Lin, Angelo Nagara, Janice Sung, and Chris Nutter. And I know we have some students as well, if you would like to have them come up to the podium, but welcome.
Good evening, President Jerry Liu and board trustee and Superintendent Yao. My name is Jia-Jing Lin, and I'm the proud president of Cupertino Hsinchu Sister City Association. It's my honor to be here tonight to share this meaningful impact of our exchange program and to recognize the remarkable parents and students who are here with us this evening. Our mission at the Cupertino Hsinchu Sister City Association is to strengthen the friendship between Cupertino and our sister city Hsinchu through cultural, educational, and people-to-people exchange. Those experience open mind, build confidence, and create lifelong connection that reflect the very best of our community. We are supported by an incredible team. My Vice President, Janice Sun, Angela Chen, and the student coordinator, Angelo Noguera, my better half in the district. And the past and upcoming teacher, chaperone, Chris Nutter, Curtis Lee, Mike Jarvis, and David Chen, who have worked tirelessly to make this exchange and hosting program possible and meaningful for all the participants. In April, we actually brought 25 Cupertino students to Hsinchu, where they immersed themselves in Taiwanese culture, attended the local school 3 days, and built friendship across language and culture. And just 2 weeks ago, we actually just have the privilege of hosting 25 students from Hsinchu and 4 adult delegates. And we see most of you guys at the luncheons here in Cupertino. Our local family, they open their homes and hearts, offer a warm welcome and a true sense of our community. Tonight, we're joined with a group of parents and students, and they are here with us. Wave. In the back. They are here to represent their personal testimony of how meaningful this exchange program has been, and their story are powerful reminders that international exchange is not only about travels, but also about learning empathy, collaboration, global awareness, and communication, which are the core elements of our Portraits of Learner. We are deeply grateful to the continued support of our district, the board, and the Superintendent Yao. We help our students grow into compassionate global citizens who embody the spirit of Cupertino. Next, I'm gonna get my better half here to present our Cupertino Hsinchu Sister City Association.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. Hi, my name is Angelo Noguera. I'm a teacher at Kennedy Middle School, as well as the student coordinator for our program. Tonight, I just want to highlight a few of our program events, both in April as well as in October, and I'll hand it off to our main attraction, our students who make our programs go. A brief history of our program. Whoops. Too fast. There we go. We're one of the 4 sister cities under the city of Cupertino. Our first exchange program happened with Hsinchu, Taiwan in 2004, and just this year we celebrated our 24th exchange together. We recruit up to 25 students from both our district as well as our high school district, Fremont Unified High School District, for both a 1-week hosting program in October as well as travel to Hsinchu during April spring break. We also recruit 2 teacher chaperones from both of our districts, so they themselves have the opportunity to chance to learn, interact with educators, as well as lead our students in Taiwan. Just last April, we went ahead and traveled to Hsinchu, Taiwan. And one of the main highlights for our students as well as adult delegation is having the ability to participate in many of the unique activities, electives, and events that the schools in Hsinchu have to offer, such as here, one of our group pictures happening when we got to do some rock climbing in one of the schools. And in the back, you kind of see hiding President Liu as well as Superintendent Yao, along with one of our board members from Fremont Union High School District. With so many schools to visit in Hsinchu, each one offers unique learning activities for our students. For example, here focusing on DIY activities. Each of our students got to hand make their own spoon and then take it home. And the nice thing about this is that they're working closely with both their host students as well as teachers in Hsinchu. Along with being in the classroom, they get to experience activities outside, such as playing baseball with one of the more popular teams in Hsinchu for their middle schools. So really, even though it's a short week, our students are able to experience so much, and we're very thankful to our hosts in Hsinchu for making so much of this possible. Along with our students, our adult chaperones, such as Mr. Nutter here, get to engage and participate in many of these activities. Just like we want the students to get that global awareness, we also want to provide an opportunity for our educators to interact and learn and make those same connections. Myself, as well as the other volunteers, have made since serving and supporting this program for the last 20 plus years. Last April, we were also fortunate to be joined by President Liu and Superintendent Yao. And even though their time with us was short, we hope that they got to experience some of the same excitement, joy, also challenges that our students face when it comes to traveling to a place they may be unfamiliar with, a place where they may not know the language, but they're still able to enjoy and appreciate Taiwanese culture and the students who are taking their time to host for them. So again, we'd like to thank you two for joining us for this program in April. As Ms. Lin said not too long ago, we just celebrated hosting those same 25 students who acted as host families in Hsinchu. Now got the chance to visit our CUSD and high schools as well. It was a rainy first day for them, but just like our hosts in Taiwan take time to show us and explore the unique cultures of the Bay Area, many of our families also had that opportunity to share and explore. With it also being Halloween week, this was also at the mystery spot for one of our student speakers, sorry. With it also being Halloween week, a very unique and American experience. Many of the students in Taiwan have heard of Halloween, but now this is their first opportunity to actually experience. You should have seen the bags they were taking home on their flights, many of which were full of candy from that Halloween night. Again, a very unique experience for our students while they are here. Again, we'd like to thank CUSD because since COVID, one of the major changes that I feel has benefited all of our middle school students is that our host students are able to take their exchange students to their middle schools. This year at Kennedy, we were fortunate to able to host 2. At CMS, they were able to hold 5. Lawson acted as our home school for students who are paired with a non-CUSD student. And we're forever thankful to all of the administrators, the teachers, the students, web students, all of them who are opening their arms for our exchange students to make their experience possible. A lot with both of our exchange students is this reciprocity, and we're just hoping that with our staff and our teachers, we're able to provide that same hospitality they showed us when we were in Taiwan. Okay. Here we are at Miller and at our host school at Lawson for this October. So again, I'd like to thank CUSD for your continued support, again, the opportunity to travel with us, and we hope to continue this partnership and as we prepare for our next exchange in April 2025. With that, I'd like to introduce our 3 student speakers. I'll first start off with Harley.
All right. Testing. Okay. Hello, CUSD board members. My name is Harley. I am a junior at Monte Vista High School, and today I'm just going to tell you a bit about my experience as a host student, or I guess host family, for one of the students from Hsinchu. So I think the best way to do that would just be give you a brief overview of what happened. So Saturday afternoon, we welcomed them from the bus from the airport, and then of course he was very sleepy, so we took him home, gave him a chance to take a nap. And then afterwards, I took him to a city event for Halloween. I believe it was Monster Mash, Cupertino Cities. So just to help him get over jet lag for one, and then to help him experience Halloween. On Monday, I believe he went to Stanford. That was not without me, but I guess I'll tell you a little about the school experience. So he followed me around for all my classes at school. Some of them, admittedly, were probably a bit boring for him, but I would like to point out one especially I'd say interesting experience for him. During Spanish class, we were watching a film that was in Spanish. He didn't speak Spanish very well, so our teacher was really thoughtful about it, and she stood by him and helped translate everything the characters in the film were speaking. So I thought that was just a really welcoming on the part of our Spanish teachers. So I think that's really well done on that part. Some other main attractions. Sunday or Saturday night, we took him to see Philadelphia Gardens. There was an event called Nightfall where they decorated the old house in Halloween style, made it look like a haunted house. Very nice experience. Took a lot of pictures, and I think for him it was a great introduction to America's Halloween spirit. And then, of course, I think the crown jewel of the whole experience was Halloween night itself. Actually, contrary to what Angela said earlier, they actually do have Halloween in Taiwan. But from what he told me, in their Halloween, all they do is get candy and they don't dress up. Which, as I've grown older, I've noticed that the dressing up part becomes more fun than the getting candy part. So. So yeah, I think that was a very fun part. I gave him an old Thor costume I made out of cardboard. He was very happy. It was a great experience walking around, getting lots and lots of candy. Overall, I think it was just a great experience to talk to him, learning about his life in Taiwan, his school life. For example, he has 18 classes. I have 5, so there's a slight disparity there. Of course, over time, in the beginning, there was a little bit of just difficulty speaking, or not difficulty speaking, just took some time to break the ice. But when you're living with someone for a week, eventually you get to talk to them more, and then you get to become friends with them. So overall, I think it was a great experience, and I'd love to do it again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evelyn Tom, and I'm in the 10th grade at Cupertino High School. I am so grateful to have had the opportunity of visiting Hsinchu, Taiwan this past April and hosting a student in Cupertino just a few weeks ago. Participating in the CSEA program made me realize how valuable the skills I learned in CUSD would impact my life beyond it, even if I graduated from CUSD over a year ago. As a former CLIP student for 9 years, I was able to put some of my Chinese language skills and knowledge of Asian culture to use while in Taiwan. From interacting with my host student, family, and classmates in Chinese, to understanding street signs and ordering food from a Chinese menu, I was able to seamlessly use Chinese to communicate with others and make some great relationships. I even used the Chinese calligraphy skills that I learned in clip art in some of my art classes at my host student schools, although my piece looked a little bit more like a donkey than the fish it was supposed to look like. I especially want to thank Miss Lin, my kindergarten teacher and very first clip teacher, who also helps organize this exchange program. The foundation she helped me build alongside all of my other CLIP teachers made it possible for me to confidently communicate and connect in Chinese and fully immerse myself during the exchange program. Beyond language and culture, other parts of my CUSD experience also helped me become well prepared for this exchange program. The independence I gained from the field trips to Hidden Villa in 2nd grade to the big overnight Yosemite trip I took in 8th grade allowed me to be independent and not feel overwhelmed in a foreign country far away from my family for 9 days. In the end, this program showed me how my experiences in CUSD continue to benefit me long after I have graduated from the program. Whether it was language, art, or independence, the skills I gained through CUSD, especially through the CLIP program, helped me navigate new places, connect with a diverse group of people, and become a global citizen. One of my fondest memories from visiting Taiwan would have to be participating in a traditional Taiwanese dance during a visual arts class at my host student's school. Above everything else, I feel so privileged to have been a part of CUSD and participated in the CSEA program. It was genuinely such a fun experience, and I would do anything to experience it all over again. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce my fellow exchange student, Swayam.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Swayam Shah, and I'm an 8th grade student currently attending Lawson Middle School. To begin with, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to the Cupertino Union School District, the City of Cupertino, and the Cupertino-Hsinchu Sister City Exchange Program for giving me this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to travel to Hsinchu, Taiwan as a student delegate and to have the incredible experience of hosting a Taiwanese student as well. It has been a true honor to be in this program. When I first traveled to Hsinchu, Taiwan as a student delegate, I didn't just experience life in Taiwan as a regular tourist. I experienced it from the perspective of a local's life for a full whole week. When I took my very first breath of Taiwanese air, I didn't know what to expect. A new country, a new language, and a whole new way of life. But what I found in Taiwan was more than just that. I found Taiwan to me as a second home. I remember the very first moment meeting my host family, where I was not only welcomed as a guest, but as a part of their family. I shared meals with them, went to school with their kid, and learned how people who live halfway across the world live, laugh, and dream just like we do. Though time in Taiwan was limited, it was an unforgettable experience for me. The daily laughs, the Nerf war battles between me and my host student, and waking up to the same alarm were all core memories that I'll cherish for generations to come. The week after returning home from Taiwan, I couldn't stop thinking about the memories, the laughter I made in those 7 precious golden days in Taiwan. Sure, I missed the night markets, the trip to Taipei 101, and the school days. However, I wasn't just missing those places as a whole. I was missing the golden memories I had made over there. During the last week of October, I had the wonderful experience of reliving my memories that I had made in Taiwan. However, this time, the roles were reversed. I was the one who was welcoming my exchange student into my home. My goal for hosting was simple. I wanted him to feel the same way that I had felt in Taiwan, the sense of belonging and having another family. Throughout that week, we went to theme parks, played Topgolf, celebrated Halloween together, something that they've heard in Taiwan but never really experienced truly in America. Took him to California-style restaurants and even took a test together. That week wasn't just any ordinary week. It was a week filled with laughter, excitement, joy, and most importantly, memories. By the time he arrived, I was already witnessing him leave. I remember that feeling when he left, wanting to chase that bus, wanting my host student to come back. Although he had gone back to his home in Taiwan, the memories I still made were here in my heart. Going to Taiwan as a student and welcoming a Taiwanese student to my home was an experience that taught me many valuable lessons, especially one about friendship. It's more than just a word. It's a bond strong enough to cross oceans, connect hearts, and leave a lasting impact on a person. And it goes to show that friendship has no borders. Thank you.
Although I have the pleasure of going last, a lot of people have spoken already, so I'll try and be general and brief. My name's Chris Nutter. I've taught at Collins for 21 years. It was a true pleasure, a career highlight to be a part of this program. I want to thank you for having me. I'm someone who does have a background in Chinese language and culture, and it was very fascinating for me to observe both a different perspective on Chinese culture visiting Taiwan for the first time, and as well as seeing children interact with it. But I'm here to kind of more talk about the power of these intercultural exchanges to help students really become more human. There's a lot of worries about kids these days. We worry about screen time, then anxious generation, AI doing kids' work for them. But we know that the importance that cultural exchange provides helps kids be more human. It's the act of hosting, and it's the act of being a guest that really brings us home. You've heard this from all of the children who have spoken so far. Being a host is an experience that builds emotional intelligence. It offers perspective on a life here in the Bay Area, a perspective we might normally take for granted. Participants need to consider the needs and interests of guests. They must consider noteworthy spots and events here in their home that a visitor would appreciate. We had students attending Warriors games, take sightseeing expeditions, and of course, we heard about trick-or-treating. For an American teen to experience all of these things through the eyes of someone seeing them for the first time helps them understand their own culture, while not ancient, is still deeply unique. The flip side of hosting a course is being a guest. This requires an almost inverse skill set. One is no longer seeing or setting the itinerary on or setting the menu. It is time now to go along with others' plans, to be enthusiastic and open to new experiences, to step out of one's comfort zone. It is time to be gracious and to represent one's family and community. Through the acts of hosting and traveling, kids learn to connect with others, learn new cultures, and see their own country through new eyes. These lived experiences are precious and cannot be replicated. They prepare students for a lifelong of social and intercultural learning. So to conclude, for both exchange programs, thank you for all of your support. There's so many logistics, emails, like just frantic sometimes that I'm sure exchanged behind the scenes through all the coordinators. So thanks to everyone for offering these experiences for our students to experience new cultures, and may the programs only grow.
Thank you. I think, again, I want to thank the committee members, Cha-Ching, Janice, Angela, and of course our chaperones for making this possible. This is, when I was over there in April, what really impressed me was I could feel the depth of their friendship. I mean, these folks see each other, maybe once or twice a year, but when they get together, it's like old friends. They just start talking. It's like they've been, and I know this is a year-long endeavor, as soon as one class leaves and you start planning for the next one. So thank you so much for all the work you do to make this available, the opportunity available for our students. And for our students, you're all great speakers. You all should be up here. I really appreciated hearing your experiences from these different perspectives. I think this is what we, really want to see in our students, in our alums and graduates. And really thank you for coming here to share your memories with us. Really appreciate it. We would take a quick photo if you could come up. All right, thank you.
And I'm now actually very excited. It was mentioned on, I believe Angelo had mentioned it, that the city of Cupertino also has other sister cities. And so CUSD, this for the first year, we are engaging in a student exchange program with one of the sister cities, Cupertino, Italy. This is new for us, so we are very much looking forward to it. I know that we have a couple of our representatives, Gilbert Wong, Phyllis Bogle, and Helen Davis are here. If you guys would like to come up to the podium. Again, this will start out small. It will happen in the spring with a student exchange of under 8 students. We will be hosting in March for 2 days at our schools, and then we'll be able to send a small delegation over to Cupertino in April. So I'll turn it over to Helen and Gilbert.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Yao and CUSD board members. I'm Helene Davis, and I am the president of the Cupertino Sister Cities Association. I'm here with Gilbert Wong, who is our vice president of the association. And Gilbert was also the catalyst for getting this program going. So first of all, a little bit about Cupertino. Where is Cupertino? Cupertino is in the Puglia region of Italy. It's in the heel of the boot. It's between the Adriatic and the Ionian Seas. It's mainly an agricultural area, lots of olive trees and vineyards, but it has an ancient history and a really strong cultural identity. We also have a unique bond with Cupertino because our city is named after Cupertino. Their patron saint was Saint Joseph of Cupertino. So we are actually the oldest sister city in Cupertino. We date back to 1963 when our respective mayors signed an MOU, but nothing really happened for years until 2013 when Gilbert, who was the mayor at the time, Mayor Gilbert Wong, and a council member in Cupertino, Mauro Valentino, restarted the relationship. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gilbert.
Thank you very much, President Davis. Good evening, Superintendent Yao and the 5 Cupertino School Board trustees. I can stick to this or I can go on and on and on. Since the reconnection in 2013, we have 5 reciprocal student exchanges between St. Joseph of Cupertino School in California and St. Giuseppe da Cupertino School in Italy. And the school in Italy is a public school, even though it's St. Joseph. Obviously, the St. Joseph School here in Cupertino, California is a parochial school. We have 5 successful exchanges with the school, and for various reasons, we were unable to continue with St. Joseph this year. But sometimes in life, there are doors that closes and new ones that open, which is a perfect opportunity to come to the Cupertino School District. All your thanks. Accept that. St. Joseph of Cupertino School for their past support of this program. First, Councilmember Mauro Valentino for reaching out to Principal Eleonora Guri and Vice Principal Lorena Luberto de San Giuseppe do Cupertino, who we are partner with in the school past in Cupertino's past mayors, as well as the new mayor, Vicencio de Gregorio. I'm terrible with Italian pronunciation. Thank you. So we went through 3 mayors and many council members, and now we are here today. We were excited to have new energy with our committee with Phyllis Vogel, our former Cupertino School District board member, as well as Janine Waddell, former assistant principal of Cupertino Middle School. With those 2 new members, we have new energy to move forward. We encourage our current 7th and 8th grade CUSD students to apply for this wonderful program. Information night is on December 2nd at 6 p.m. right here in the boardroom. So in order to get an application, you must attend the meeting, and we will pass out the applications. Feel free to say however you want. Never mind, don't say that. The most important thing is that we have 4 strong sister cities. 2 of them goes with Cupertino School District. 2 of them with Fremont Union High School District, Bhubaneswar and Taiwan, and then we have Toyokawa and Shinju. And we're very happy that the superintendent and the school board trustees welcome us. It is not Asia. It is in Europe, so something that's different. Families are very loving, like in Taiwan and Japan and in India. So this is a great opportunity to come. We don't know for the first year, are we going to get like 5 applicants or 100 applicants? So we're not really broadcasting it. So you are the first one to hear about it. But tonight we are, as we know, we're going to also do it at the City Council and make an announcement there to let people know it will be open to all students that attend the public schools within the Cupertino School District, and you must have a U.S. passport. Those are just the rules, and those are the rules for all of our other sister cities that go to CUSD. We don't have a fancy presentation like the other ones because we don't have students yet, but we hope to come next year.
We will.
And to do the same stories that you heard. So we're really excited. Any questions?
For your time.
Okay.
All right. Also, thank you, Helene. Thank you, Gilbert, for being there. And yeah, I'm excited about the new destination for our students and looking forward to hearing more. Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda is Superintendent's report. Superintendent Yao.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share, I know as we roll forward in the board meeting and a lot of discussion as we're talking about our budget and fiscal stabilization, just again to kind of set that framework of where we are as a district and the work that we do. You know, over the past decade, we've had significant challenges to districts across California, and CUSD is no different. We experienced profound and sustained decline in our student enrollment over the last 10 years, dropping from about 19,000 students down to 13,900 students last year, and now we're sitting at 13,399. Historically, when you have a decline of this magnitude, you would also necessitate immediate and proportionate reductions in staffing across all departments. However, the district made a critical strategic decision during the most challenging years of the pandemic. From 2020 through 2024, As our enrollment continued to decline in its sharpest descent, we actively chose to utilize our one-time COVID relief funds to stabilize and expand student support services rather than immediately reducing personnel. This fiscal and instructional strategy was designed to provide our students with the maximum amount of support during a period of unprecedented academic and mental health need. We also acknowledge that one-time funds are generally not the appropriate mechanism to sustain ongoing personnel positions. However, the sheer volume of the COVID relief funding, coupled with the profound and immediate academic and socio-emotional needs of our students, created a scenario where this exception was necessary. We chose to focus these funds on support positions to expand and extend critical services to our students. Instead of contracting, we saw the total number of support staff increase during this period. We continued to strategically expand the use of these temporary resources to fund critical positions such as reading interventionists, math interventionists, mental health, counselors, and enhanced our English language support. This investment provided targeted interventions for successful student outcomes. Our goal during this time was twofold. We wanted to maximize support and ensure students received the intensive attention they needed to accelerate learning and address well-being. We also wanted to extend bridge funding. We were trying to be strategic in utilizing these one-time funds for the longest feasible period, effectively creating a financial bridge until the district could successfully transition into basic aid status, providing us with a more stable revenue source. We know by delaying substantial reductions and extending the use of these one-time funds, we have minimized the impact of the financial cliff. Had we not utilized these temporary funds to their greatest advantage, the necessary reductions we face today would have been far deeper and more devastating to existing programs. While the move to basic aid provides some increased stability, the one-time funding is now exhausted, and we must align our ongoing staffing costs with our ongoing sustainable revenues. As the one-time funding expired, the costs of high priority support positions were strategically shifted into the general fund to continue providing these services, which is now reflected in our increased ongoing expenditures. Reductions of any staff are never easy, but like most districts across the state, we have reached a point where we must make thoughtful financial decisions. As we continue to bridge the loss of the one-time funds, we will of course need to reduce positions, and a significant number of these will be in our management. But we also want to maintain a robust level of student support aligned with our new sustainable funding base. As a district and a board, we continue to prioritize keeping cuts and reductions as far from the students as possible. By adjusting our systems and in conjunction with reduction of staffing, we are going to continue to maintain the core classroom experience and protect our highest priority, our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Yao. Let's see. The next item on the agenda is a communication from employee organizations. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Do we have CEA President Kate Lee?
Welcome, President Lee.
Thank you. Good evening, Board, Superintendent Yao, our Executive Cabinet, our dedicated yet now extremely anxious CUSD teachers, and our probably confused and frustrated community members. At last week's board meeting, my comments were channeled. We're channeling the CUSD teachers that I represent. I share their concerns, feelings of frustration, powerlessness, and anger at being put in a precarious financial and career-threatening situation of possibly being laid off due to no fault of their own, but due to the fiscal responsibility of our district administration and CUSD board. In my recent conversations with board members and district administration, I have heard their commitments to rectify the past practices that have led to this fiscal deficit. I hope these verbal promises are followed up with actions that will make our district financially solvent and stable now and in the future. I want to remind the board that the TK option in the slide deck tonight, if approved, will change our TK teachers' working conditions. These changes will need to be negotiated, including the idea of TK teachers providing site support after the half-day TK session. I appreciate the move to the 100% full-time positions for our TK teachers. Exactly what these supports will be will need to be specified and negotiated and worked out together. But CEA would certainly not want to our TK teachers taking away any currently held aid support positions from our CSEA sisters and brothers. Our middle school elective teachers, especially those who have elective credentials, and particularly our applied arts elective teachers, should not be unduly targeted with the middle school program cuts and personnel layoffs. We desperately need our credentialed elective teachers. The district isn't eliminating our electives program, so any changes to middle school should not be solely focused on our essential, passionate, and dedicated electives teachers. Almost every teacher I hear from asks the same question. Why haven't any cuts from management been brought to the board yet? Management cuts should be the first ones made before all the other proposed cuts that will directly hit into our classrooms and affect our students as well as our teachers. Given the high salaries of CUSD management compared to teachers or aides, for instance, one management layoff could save more than 4 or 5 teacher or aide jobs. I really appreciate Stacy mentioning it tonight, that there will be management, looking at management cuts as well, mentioning that in her report. We also are concerned about the lack of transparency by the district in terms of its financial status. Last year, with each interim through to the actuals, we were millions and millions more in deficit. We really should see an audit of financial reports every half year to track and adjust more accurately. And finally, we know that other districts in our area are using third-party consulting firms to help assess the financial situation of the district and make cuts without bias. Perhaps that is something the board should look into and consider. CEA really appreciates the board's insistence on being provided full and accurate information from the district. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration of the options provided by the district and the deeper questioning and time that you are using during this process. We also appreciate the board advocating to keep TK at every site. This program is so important to developing the social emotional learning of 3 to 5-year-olds before they enter kindergarten and the skills and learning they will need to be prepared for success in school and love of learning. Every site and every family deserves this opportunity, regardless of where their home school is. Here are a few concerns that have been shared with me over the past couple of weeks. Many TK teachers are concerned about the 40% site support after the proposed half-day TK instructional time. What exactly will be asked of them? Will it be consistent? Will they need prep time to prepare for the additional non-TK related work? Will principals adhere to what is agreed to between CUSD and CEA? Will training be provided if needed? How will the current TK curriculum and play-based learning and daily schedule be affected if it moves to a half-day program? How can they fit 6 hours into a 4-hour program? They are wondering, will the half-day TKA be permanent, or will it change, or will the district resume full day once our finances are stabilized? These are just a few of their concerns. And of course, all our newly hired TK teachers and all of our new and recently hired teachers are being affected and very stressed out and anxious right now as to how this will turn out. Our middle school teachers are also anxious, wondering what will happen to them with these program changes. How will this affect our single subject teachers, especially our elective, applied arts elective teachers? Will they be prioritized over the electives of the academic core teachers who are currently having to teach electives because there are so many, because of the 2 periods now? How will it affect our core teachers who have a less than 100% FTE in core, and go to 100% by having electives added? Will this force middle school teachers who have multiple subjects down into the elementary schools? Will this affect already high class sizes, especially our electives, PEs, and some core classes? They're concerned that the district is making these cuts on a strictly cost basis instead of getting feedback from teachers on the programs, positive, negatives, essentials. None of our programs, TK, academic, subjects, or electives should be viewed on just a cost basis. We are so much more than that, but I understand the need to look at costs. And that's it for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President.
Listen to your teachers.
The next item on the agenda is public comments. So this is a portion of the meeting for the public to make comments on items that are not on the agenda tonight. Do we have any speakers tonight during this segment?
We have one.
All right, let's welcome them up.
Anna Reed.
Anna Reed. Welcome, Anna.
Hello. Is it on? Okay. Hello, staff and board. I wanted to highlight the work of one of your staff members today. Big thanks to Dana Ito. 6 years ago this month, the former COO agreed to meet with me for access to Amazon and Instacart ordering. 3 months ago, I was finally able to make my first Instacart order. Though I'm appreciative of this new convenience and freedom, I want to understand why the process had to take this long and why I had to dedicate so many hours of my personal life to fight for access to a tool that saves me hours and hours per week of running around local stores on my personal time with my personal vehicle. My students have benefited as I am able to do much, much more in the classroom with them, and it gives me more of what all teachers need. Time. Last week, you watched me accept an award from the superintendent for all the amazing things my classroom and my students are doing. When you make decisions that support educators, you create more opportunities for students to find success and give teachers more capacity to create and facilitate amazing learning experiences. Please listen to your teachers more. They are the experts in student success. When you support them, the students benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay. We have one information item tonight. This is the 20 teacher assignment monitoring outcomes. Who will introduce this?
This will be Mike.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We should have had this earlier because it usually comes earlier in the year, but we just got it recently and got it on the agenda. This is something that the California Department of Education does. It released the teacher assignment monitoring outcome data for 23-24. So it's a year behind. This information is typically included in the LCAP, however, was not available for this at this time. And basically, what it does is it goes through the different subject areas, and then it talks about which teachers have clear credentials, their percentage, how many are teaching out of field, how many interns, how many are ineffective and incomplete, and I'll explain that because those are kind of ugly terms. And then it compares us to the county and to the statewide. So just so you get a little bit of understanding here, the clear, those are teachers who have a clear credential. The teachers that are teaching out of field, these are teachers who have a credential, but they're teaching in a different field that they don't have the complete clear credential for. So they're teaching on different types of permits. There's a GLAP, a special education limited assignment permit, a short-term waiver, an emergency English learner or bilingual authorization, and then there's local assignment options. So if you look at our information, it said that we had 1.4% of all of our teachers teaching out of field. And most likely, well, I actually have the information right here. Those teachers are teaching on a short-term staff permit or an emergency CLAD. So they may have come from another state where they don't have part of your educational program be for teaching ELD students. So some of our teachers that come in that we hire might be from out of state and they're working on it. But in order for these things to be valid, they have to be working on it, getting to the next level of completion. In addition, it talks about interns. Obviously, an intern is a teacher who has a bachelor's degree and has demonstrated competency in the subject matter that they're teaching, but they're in a program finishing up their credential at that point. And we have a, we have about 0.7% of our teachers are on intern credentials. And this, like I said, this is based on information from 23-24. So, and then it talks about teachers who are ineffective, and that's what I mean. It sounds kind of, I wish they would use a different word for it because it sounds kind of bad. But these are teachers who are legally authorized to teach, but they have an emergency permit that does not require a full teaching license. So they show a competency in math. If they're a math teacher, they show competency in math, and they are currently in a program to finish their preliminary credential, and then they will then go on to a clear credential. And so we are 1.5% right there. The incomplete is our 3% of our incomplete, but that is at the time, this little slice of time when they did the assignment monitoring, there could have been a human error, there could have been a bubble misplaced, something filled in improperly or something like that. So they call it incomplete. They send it back for us to do a correction, and then we correct it. We just don't know where they're at after this point. So we're assuming that we corrected it and it was okay, and the assignment monitoring, we checked that box. And then we have our unknown. We don't have any unknowns, which is good. It's always nice to know what you have. And so if you compare us to Santa Clara, we are 93.4% of all our teachers have a clear. Santa Clara is 86.6, Santa Clara County. And statewide, they're at 84.4%. So we, from time to time have to hire teachers for whatever reason. Sometimes it's hard to find special ed teachers. So we're hiring teachers who are not completely credentialed. They're on a intern, or they are on some other short-term permit that allows them to teach in the classrooms. And we are mandated to present this to the board, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mike. So bring it to the board. Back here, does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Satish.
Thanks, Mike. This is good. And is there any, so now, is there any timeline for them to be clear, or we just keep it as it is? For example, we are 93%, so roughly about 6.6% we don't have cleared staff or teachers.
Yeah, there's a timeline for every program that you're in. Usually it's 3 years. If you're on an English language learner permit, I give you 3 years to take like 4 classes and take a test, or you can just study for it and then take the test. It depends, but it's usually 3 years as long as you are continuing to move. The internship is usually a 2-year program. And any of the other ones, you have to be in a program continuously making progress towards a preliminary credential. And the preliminary credential says you've met everything you need to teach in your specific area that you have chosen. Then in 5 years, within 5 years from the preliminary, they can get their clear. And once they reach a preliminary, we put them through our induction program that we pay for, which is a 2-year induction program to help them get their cleared credential by the end of that 3rd year.
Okay, so this is this a general trend what we have this number, or every year it could change like little bit, right? What was the best, or is this this is an acceptable range? It's 93%.
Well, I mean, if you compare it to the state and you compare it to our county, you know, we're higher. Obviously, it would be great if we could hire every single teacher that was completely credentialed, but that's really unheard of, especially in our area where we have competing districts. So, like I said, in the 23-24 school year, when they gathered this information, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 interns, and they were all special ed. So special ed is one of those really hard to fill areas. And so we obviously would rather have, you know, fully credentialed teachers, but sometimes we have to, you know, look for the best possible situation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? No, Sylvia. Thanks.
So are there certain targets or standards that the CDE is asking for, or is it just we report the data to CDE and they do something with it?
It's just a kind of a mechanism for accountability to make sure that we're, you know, we have to, a lot of times when we do an emergency permit, we have to justify in writing that we've done all this recruiting, we've tried to do all this, we've tried to get, because their druthers would be obviously that they have a fully credentialed teacher. So it's you know, if you get down in the 70s and the 60s, you know, they'll look at you and say, you know, you're not serving the kids the best you can do, because, you know, the feeling is completely certificated teacher is going to give the best chance for a quality education. But I mean, I can say that's, you know, that's the target, but we have a lot of good teachers that start out as interns and start out with short-term staff permits and have worked their way through. You know, they change career moves. They were a biology major, now they want to be a teacher. So they have the competency of science, but they have to get into a program. And our local universities are very work with us very well to try to help, because they know, you know, that you're going to go back in the community and work.
Just to add as a reminder, the LCAP target is to maintain 98% or higher.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing very well in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? Long. Okay. I don't have any myself. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay. All right. So this is information, and okay, excellent. All right. The next item is the discussion item on the fiscal stabilization plan. So,
thank you. Get the slide deck up. Tonight again, we go back. Thank you. Just again, sharing our roadmap with the stabilization. You know, it really is our intent with this roadmap to restore our fiscal solvency, trying to get out and be as proactive. I know a lot of the comments as to why are we not talking about specific personnel reductions. Those are coming. We really were approaching this as two facets. What we've identified with the fiscal stabilization really are two different systems. They will have a significant financial impact for the district to help move us into that solvency. But they're also decisions that we felt were important to get out in front of, to have the discussions and hopefully make decisions for that we can continue to plan, but also to help share with our community as soon as possible. Changes to TK do affect registration, parent choice. So the sooner we can make those decisions, also that allows us to begin working with staff on some of those changes. So again, I know tonight our information, our presentation is focused on the system changes. In the ensuing weeks and board meetings, we will be bringing the other reductions that are more directly personnel reductions for you to consider to get us to that fiscal stabilization. So just a reminder, our 4 goals when we did the stabilization plan, we were experiencing deficit spending. We are projected to deficit spend this year. We want to eliminate that deficit spending so that we are spending our revenue matching up with our expenditures or less. We really want to establish that pathway to fiscal stability so that we're not in the position of coming back every year and having to make adjustments to our systems or to do further reductions, and really to spend what we have as far as our resources instead of overspending. Ultimately, I'm very concerned with our reserve. Our reserve is below the 6%. If you remember, the state mandates a 3%. As a board, you have always had an additional 3% reserve. And then as we were shifting into the basic aid, we did try have a target of 10%. This last year, our reserve did not end at the year at above 6%. We are not projected to be at 6% at the end of 25-26. We're actually projected to be around 4%. And then each of the years, if we continue on the trend we are now, we would continue to be minimally at 5 and 6% in those outlying years. So we really want to establish that reserve. And I'll talk a little bit later about why the importance of that reserve. Establishing the path to fiscal stability. We know that we have amazing students, we have amazing staff, and we really want to be able to continue to provide the resources, the supports, so that we can have that engaging. Our focus right now is our journey on the portrait of a learner. It's exciting to see the work that we're doing in that, and we want to ensure that our resources are aligned to be able to support it. The other is, that last one is taking a very challenging and unfortunate opportunity when we are in a fiscal dilemma is there a way to recognize and show value for some of our employees who are at that age where they're maybe considering retirement or maybe have already decided retirement, and is there an extra incentive that we could have to those that maybe were thinking one more year, may choose to go out in retirement this year, they get an incentive, and then there is a cost savings because you typically would hire somebody at a lower salary, or you may not fill that position at all. So just a reminder where we are. We started these conversations. We actually began the stabilization talk last June when we did our adopted budget, and we had continued to have those conversations here over the last weeks. We are now at the November 13th. As a reminder, our October board advance on the 30th, we spent the entire day talking about the stabilization, had brought different options under the 2 system changes, the TK and the middle school. Gathered feedback from that then we said we would come back tonight, either with some additional information or even modifying depending on where we were with that. So our intent would be to continue to have the discussion, gathering feedback, and then we will bring it back again to the next board meeting, continue that discussion until we're at a point where we've vetted it out and the board is comfortable to give us a direction on action. Just a quick reminder, this is again where we were last June when we adopted the board multi-year. This is our revenues, and that blue grayish area is really our property taxes. That is the majority of our funding. About a little over 70% of all of our funding comes from our property taxes. And we were projecting to generate in 25-26 about $247.9 million. Again, this is really our shifting year into basic aid, where we're making projections based on what we know about property taxes. We actually just received today our first payment from property taxes. So it has been a long 5 months before we've had that cash flow coming in. Remembering that number from previously of the 247, this is our projected expenditures for the 25-26 year. And so you can see they are significantly higher. They're at 259, and that's where that deficit spending, we are spending more than our revenues are generating. If you look at the pie, you can see where our spending is. Again, we are an education, we are a student-focused organization, and the majority of our money should be spent on personnel because that's who educates the students. Our concern is that we are getting a little high, and our pie is about 90% of staffing and benefits, does not leave a lot for those contracts and services. So we really need to monitor and see if we can reduce that 90% somewhat so that we do have a more stable budget moving forward. This one I introduced last week, and I just wanted to spend a little bit more time on it. And I think when I spoke to the superintendent report, really alluding to this, when we look back at 2015, we had just peaked on our enrollment. So we were at just under 19,000 students. And at that time, we had 1,556 FTEs. And so I do want to clarify on this graph, it's FTEs, so it's full-time employees. It's not the number of employees. So those are 2 different numbers that we do operate under. These are just for full-time employee percentages. So if you look at the trend, our our student enrollment took some significant declines up through the year of 2021. Once we hit that 2022, you can see that the deceleration started to slow down there, and that really is at the same time that TK came into implementation. So we began the phasing in of TK, and what happened is our TK enrollment offset that decline slightly. Still in declining, but it was offset by that. We're now at full enrollment for all of our 4-year-olds are in TK this year. So as we look at that trend, as we continue to go out, we will continue to decline in enrollment, but at a much slower pace, where we're losing about 100 students a year. Our TK numbers are projected to stay pretty stagnant for the next couple of years, but they're also very difficult to project because they are that unknown entity for us. So the significant piece on here, just to point out, is that as our student enrollment, we're now at about 13,399. When we look at our FTEs for staffing, we're still at about 1,470. So losing about 5,000 students, and yet our staffing FTEs only decreased by about 80 FTEs. So they're not in proportion. Again, there were many reasons why we maintain the staffing. We utilize the funds as much as possible. They were for the right reason. They were for supporting students, and they really did help our students come out of that COVID and the work that our teachers and our support staff were able to do to keep us strong academically and mental health for our students. So I wanted to do a little bit more explanation on that after we'd showed it the last time. I also added in this graph, there had been the comment on that previous one, if there was some way we could dive in a little bit deeper and see, okay, what does that FTE or what does that staffing actually look like if we were to start to look at specific groups? And so if you look at this, you can see where historically we have had a decrease in staffing across the board. Our CEA is our teacher group, speech and language psychologists. But really looking at that CEA, there are contractual class size ratios that we use, and so that does help somewhat control that. You can see that over the course of the year that CEA, our certificated staff, continue to decrease. There is a slight uptick in 23, and that is really when we went in and did some class size reduction. So we changed our 4-5s down to 29-1 from 33-1, and then our lower grades down to 22-1. So a slight uptick in that. Now we are stabilizing, and we'll continue to look at where that trend goes. If you look at trends in CSEA, that is where the significant growth in FTEs has come from over the last 10 years. You can see that they were on a slight increase, a little bit of a stabilization, and then over the course of the 5 years during the COVID, there was a significant increase in CSEA. And again, that is attributed to the support that we brought in to help support for our students to be successful and to help our classroom teachers as well. SEIU has always been our smaller group. They continue to be I think one of the areas where we, even when we went through school consolidations, we still had lawns to mow, we still had maintenance to do. And so there wasn't a significant decrease in SEIU, and they have stayed pretty stable. I know management has continually be called out. And so just sharing those numbers, it has decreased. It also did take an incline during the 2022 as new programs were coming in, adding ELOP, mental health, nurses coordinators. And so we're now at a stage where that money has also been fully spent out and will continue to decrease management. So you can see we decreased last year and will continue to do a significant decrease for the 26-27 school year. So the middle graph is just a percentage value showing the same. And then the last row really is just showing where our enrollment is of students, and the last one actually should be flipped, where it says 1 to 2. It really should say 12 to 1 because it's the number of students per adult FTE. So I do want to clarify that again. It's used on the FTE, not the total number of actual personnel. If we looked at total number of personnel, we have 1,470 FTEs, but we actually have 1,710 employees, just to clarify that piece as well. And if I may, I'd like to go through the slides and then we could come back for questions just so they kind of all fold together. And so we talk a lot about levers and the system changes. And so again, just have spent that time where those systems are some of those bigger, broader impacts that we can have to change, but we also have to do some of those lever changes as well. And those are those personnel positions that'll be coming back as well. tried to provide a visual because we've done a lot of talking about this target and what does this target mean. And so I wanted to give a little bit more explicit into that. We were looking at 4 pillars to get this. This was really a shift in, were we able to increase revenues through any means? Were we able to do any system changes to save money? Are we able to acquire some reductions in cost with our early retirement incentives and then staffing reductions? So the piece that I do want to point out is that top part with the darkish blue area where we say 3 million. Last year, when we did the adopted budget, we called out $3 million in reductions in staff. So that's already been built into our budget. So we are identifying those positions when we bring those back to you, plus additional positions. So that's, again, why our focus really was on that $4 to $5 million on the system changes, which we explored many different systems, and we did land on what we brought forward to you during the board advance, and we'll continue to expand on for this year, or excuse me, tonight. So again, our target was the $4 to $5 million. All with this, we really are trying with the goal of stabilizing our budget, but more imperatively of getting our reserve up to 6% by the end of the year 26-27 and moving it up each year subsequently. So the first one, I wanted to talk a little bit about the middle schools. After we brought this forward on October 30th, a lot of discussion, a lot of great questions, feedback. We did our activity with the board. We're ranking kind of what came as more the area of interest to continue to explore. It was looking at one option for middle schools, but I also wanted to bring this back because over the course of the last 3 to 4 years, we've done a lot of work with our middle schools. And so our goals and intent weren't just about the 2 electives for middle school students. We really were trying to look at creating that equitable learning time in core classes. About 4 years ago, when we started looking at middle schools, every school had a different class period structure, instructional minute time. So we really did, our focus was trying to have every experience for students at no matter what middle school, very similar in experience. The other piece that we looked at it that we wanted to equalize the planning time for teachers. So no matter which school a teacher was teaching at, they had the same comparable amount of planning time for them in their prep periods. One of our goals had been to expand to the 2 elective day. The other was really important for us because we do have struggling students, and we did want to embed the intervention into the school day so that it wasn't something punitive for students that they had to stay after school or before school. It really was part of their learning experience during the day. And then the other one was just really the shift for all middle schools so they had the same start and end time. So although we're bringing forward an option tonight to discuss the 2 electives and go to a modification of that, I do want to recognize that we were able to accomplish 4 out of those 5 goals, and that will continue with whichever option is selected. So with that, the option that we are bringing back forward, again, this has not changed from last board meeting when we brought it forward. This is to offer 2 electives as optional to all 7th and 8th graders, and all 6th graders would have 1 elective. This is the program that we had last year prior to shifting to 2 electives to all. So it would be reverting back to the 24-25 school year. A couple things that we do have to be aware of on this option. Again, not all students get to take 2 electives because the 6th graders won't. 7th and 8th graders will. Traditionally, when we've had this in the past, there's about 70 to 75% of the students at 7th and 8th grade that do take 2 electives. It is a choice for families. We do have some families that choose not to do that. The area that is a focus for us, when we expanded to 2 electives, we were able to account for all instructional minutes because 100% of the students were on the same schedule. By reducing the number of students that are on that 7 period day, we do reduce the number of instructional minutes that we're allowed to account to the state. We still meet the state required minimum instructional minutes, but what it will restrict is us. This year we were fortunate we added 4 additional minimum days that were PD days and allowing us to help support the portrait of a learner. Those would not be able to be built into the calendar next year because we wouldn't have enough extra instructional minutes for that. We are looking at, for the cost savings, it is a decrease in middle school staff, about approximately 18 FTE. That's across all 5 of the middle schools. And, you know, one of the pieces, and I know at an upcoming board meeting, Mike's going to talk about the layoff process. And layoffs are always painful. Reductions are always painful. One of the things that I think I value most about my time in CUSD is when we've had to go through reductions, significant number of those employees that may be identified as being reduced teachers ultimately have a position in the district. Because we are a large district, we do have a lot of attrition. This year, I know I'm assuming a pretty healthy retirement, that I'm very optimistic that the employees that are identified as being reduced are actually going to have a position. The hard part is identifying them, and there might be a wait time to know exactly what position they're going to be in. It might mean at another school versus the school that they're working on again. But ultimately, I'm optimistic that those employees that are identified will have a position, or may not even have to leave or change because of retirements or attrition for that. And then again, the approximate cost savings is about 2.1 million. That would be that ongoing savings. Transitional kindergarten, this is the other big system change that we wanted to talk about. TK is a mandatory state program. I know that a lot of discussion about the word mandatory when you're a basic aid district versus an LCFF, meaning you receive funding per pupil or you're relying on your property taxes. Fortunately, as we're looking at our option today, we don't have to determine whether it's mandated or not. We've moved away from having to make a stance that we're basic aid, and so we don't have to offer it. But some of our options back at the October 30th one would have required us to make a stance to say if it's not funded, it's not mandated. So we've moved away from that and are completely in compliance with what the state is expecting for that. You know, and I know I use it oftentimes. I'll say a barely basic aid district, and people are saying, well, what is a barely basic aid district? What is that distinction? And I think really to understand when we say we're barely basic aid, yes, we've moved out of a per pupil funding because our property taxes exceed that, but we are just barely into that realm. So we are receiving approximately $400 more per pupil in a basic aid status than we did as an LCFF. Good for us. You know, that is generating revenue for us, but not a significant wealthy when we look at the comparability of our surrounding districts. Again, TK is a universal public pre-kindergarten option for all 4-year-olds now. This is the first year of full implementation. Some of the challenges with the TK and its implementation, this is also the first year with a lower class ratio. So we are now required a 10-to-1. We meet that obligation here by having a teacher and an IA. So we actually have 20 students in the classroom, and having a teacher and IA fulfills that 10-to-1 ratio as well. The thing with a basic aid district, that as TK programs were added or expanded, there was no additional dollars that came in with the TK program. If you remained in LCFF, this year there was an allocation of about $5,500 per pupil in addition to what their base grant was. Again, we exceeded and have more money than that because we're basic aid, but again, not an excessive amount that's wealthy. So kind of the twofold, the full implementation of 4-year-olds into this school year, the 10-to-1 ratio hit us at the same time as we were just shifting into basic aid and doing some of our projection. Other things that I know have come up and had to do a little research in history because it was prior to my time in the district is when we were talking about split day kindergarten classes and why did we move away from that? So the big shift came back in 2013-14 around that time. That's when our Common Core standards came in, but that's also when the LCFF funding came into play. And so that was a significant shift because prior to that, CUSD, as my understanding, did have split kindergarten classes where you could have the option of the AM, PM. With the new funding, it actually recognized kindergarten as a full grade level, and so you received funding as a kindergarten. And so many districts then shifted into a full day kindergarten class. At the same time, TK did exist prior to the last 4 years where it's a full implementation of a TK program. You received funding from the state for TK when a student turned 5 years old. So the TK eligibility, they could actually begin TK at 4 3/4 years old, but the district would not begin to receive funding until they actually turned 5. So there would be months where a student basically was in a classroom, but you weren't receiving funding for it. At that time, we had about 5 or 6 TK classes. We did not have a large number of T classes at that time. We really only began expanding when the state began to, when they rolled out the phases for it. So wanted to share that piece as well, because I know we have heard a lot about, we used to have the split day. Can we go back to that? One of the options we did bring back last board meeting was a split day option. And we did share, on paper, it looked okay, but there were so many logistical complications of it, ed code complications, that it wouldn't allow us to have a cost savings. It wouldn't be aligned with ed code. And logistically, we weren't even sure how we could fit 2 cross classes over with the bulk of the students having to have some crossover time. So you'll see tonight we took that off. When we went through the activity of sharing the potential options for TK, the pieces that stood out strongly, I think, from feedback from you as a board, is valuing the TK and having eligibility for every 4-year-old. There was also some support in looking at a half day because that was where some of the cost savings were. So taking all of that information back, we did go back and revise the option that we wanted to present tonight. And again, we are trying to sustain and support our 4-year-olds and have a cost savings for the district to maintain that fiscal stability. And I think we can add one more. Oh, I'm sorry, back. I'm ahead of myself. Perfect. So our proposal is to have a half-day TK class, and by half-day we mean a 4-hour program. Currently, our TK programs are about 6 hours long. Within the half-day or 4-hour would be inclusive of lunch. Lunch is inclusive in the current TK program as well. We would provide the 10-to-1 ratio. We'd meet that by a teacher and an IA. So we would still have 20 students in the 4-hour program. The change for us would really be the teachers continued to be 100% teacher, so they're working a full day. The IAs would be reduced down to the 4 hours versus they're currently 6.5 hours. The other place that this would result in a cost saving is we would expect that we will lose some families that shift to a half-day model. We know that families have different needs, and there may not be the opportunity for them to have a half day and then go and find childcare. So we would fully expect that we may lose some families to this model. The other is that although we're saying 100% for teachers, if a teacher opted and did not want to work the full day, they only wanted to be there during the TK, they could opt to go on to a 60% contract, and that works through HR. There's already a process for that as well. This would allow every eligible TK student to enroll. And again, we're basing numbers on this year and our projections. It looks our TK numbers are about the same from projections for next year from this year. The difference is there's a lesser of a cost savings than the options we brought forward last board meeting, but we are still seeing at least a $1 million saving. I put the range of up to 1.5 million because that's kind of the unknown. We don't know if we're going to lose a significant number of students or just a few, and that really would make the difference there. So when we're building this out, we are using the 1 million. If we have some additional savings, then that's just a benefit for us as we move forward on our fiscal stabilization. I keep referring to reserve and what a reserve means. And so I just really, really need to stress, as we've shifted into basic aid, the importance of the reserve. And, I think Tina and I can attest to it in what's happening with us right now as a basic aid district. We just don't know some of the things that are going to happen with the volatility and when we get the money. We don't always know exactly what our property taxes are until the end of the year. And yet we've just built a budget and did spending throughout that year. Property taxes can change. We're fortunate right now that the projections look like it's going to continue to increase, but it can quickly change as well. And yet we've built a budget on what we're expecting to spend. The other big piece for us is that because we don't have a high reserve, we have to have cash on hand to pay our payroll, our benefits, and our daily operations. So today we got our first property tax payment. And if you remember last spring, we went out for a trans loan of $30 million. We used up that $30 million because we did not have cash on hand. So now with our property tax coming in, we're able to recoup, but had our reserve been larger, we would have had cash flow on hand to help pay for those. Always a fear. I think we've all just experienced this with the federal shutdown where we're not sure when the money's coming in, where the money's coming from. And so it's just really to prepare for those unknowns because, again, we're building out a budget, we're building expenditures, we're staffing based on a number that we believe. So really just really encouraging that importance. We're below 6% right now. We are projected to be below 6% next year. unless we implement these stabilization and the rest of our personnel reductions that we're bringing forward. So next steps. We'll continue the discussion. I'm happy to answer questions about the two options and then make some decisions as to what would be needed to bring back for next board meeting as well.
All right,
Still a lot of talking from.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Let's bring it back to the board for questions. Satish.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think pretty good summary. I have a few questions, a little bit of generic on this. So I know that every year, roughly, I think if I have last 2-3 years, roughly about 50 teachers or so like we recruit, right? Every year at an average, new teachers come in.
56, 58 new
teachers that's what the first day when we come and meet them, right? How many IAs in the same way? Because I'm trying to see that we have now at least from the TK perspective, when we are taking some IAs are getting impacted on that 40% perspective. So I'm trying to see that is there an opportunity for them to be, apply the similar thing what you said, like early retirement or other the attritions and stuff like that, and the new requirement comes, any of them would be able to move there, like because this is like what about 36 we have about 36 IAs in this case, right?
Yes, yeah.
So roughly about 36 IAs in this 60% thing. So just I'm curious to know that how many IA opening typically happen. I know that last 2-3 years because of this one time money we had a lot of opportunity, but still just curious to know those numbers so that they would be able to apply or get into that position so that at least we can protect that 40%.
Sure. So I think the two different ones, and then the two different ones. So for certificated, we have typically been between 50 to 60 new staff hires every year. That's been pretty consistent over the years. We may have peaked 1 or 2 years of 70, but pretty much consistent with that. Again, I think we'll see a higher number of retirees with our retiree incentive. And so just to see where those opportunities are for those 18. The other thing that we've been very fortunate with when we have to do some of these reductions is that we have worked with CEA union and prioritized to ensure maybe those employees that are affected. When we did school consolidations, we prioritized, that can always be a conversation we could have with CEA. But again, I think because of the number, I know 18 sounds, dramatic. When you're talking about maybe 5 at each school, I really do see that they will have a position, maybe not at that particular school, but at one of the middle schools as well. With the IAs, I do want to be cautious on the response for the IAs because it's 36 IAs that would have a reduced contract from what they currently do. Remember, and I'll give it at a high level, and I know Mike's going to go into much more detail, in the layoff process, there's all the bumping. So the 36 IAs that are currently TK may not be the 36 IAs that are affected or won't be the only ones that are affected because it'll all base on other numbers. The other piece that, just to be very transparent, when we do bring personnel reductions, again, when we're seeing the uptick in where positions have been increased over the last 4 years and we've received that additional funding, a lot of those positions have been in the CSEA union group, and that will be a group that when we look at the number of positions. So IAs may be affected in other means too. So Mike will have his work cut out as far as what does that look like for positions. Again, in the past, we've been very fortunate that we've been able to rehire into another position and keep people that wanted to stay. That would be our hope and our intent this year. But until we see that pure number of people, again, I know some of our IAs will take advantage of the early retirement, which will open up a space for them. But sorry.
Thanks. I was just going to add, some IAs will have the opportunity, if they're reduced, to pick up possibly another part-time job in the district that is not reduced and is a vacancy. So we spoke to them the other day and they asked that question as well. And we told them the same thing, but it's the hard part is when there's a reduction, it makes you want to know something now. And unfortunately, there's a whole process that has to go through before any openings pop up at the end of the day.
One more question. So now early retirement, this is just an approximation about this 1 million, right? Like, let's hypothetical situation, like let's say the early retirement is, or people who avail that are much more than what we thought or our district thought when we are putting the budget. Is there this number of full-time reduction will come down?
No. Because again, when we're targeting the stabilization, we are trying to reach 6% in 26-27. And that's based on if everything else stays the same, all costs stay the same. And it also does not include any salary increase. So the more we can get, the more we can build that reserve up, the more that we can hit that deficit spending, the more that we can capture and really spend truly what our revenue is going to benefit the district. So, you know, I think in the past we've been hesitant and just tried to barely meet the target. You know, I'm putting 8 million there out there as a minimum target. If we can target more reductions, we're going to be in a better safety position, because 6% is just 6% when we're in pretty volatile times with spending.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia.
So for TK, I'm thinking about the half day versus the full day, and you were saying it's like a 2-hour difference?
Approximately.
Approximately, but it includes lunch.
It does.
So the students would still be able to receive free lunch. And I'm thinking specifically about in our community, the families who may not have the financial means who may not be, you know, previously paying for preschool. PK is really that bridge for them, that saving grace for them, that where early education and that exposure to that is really important. So I guess for those 2 hours that they would not, that would be cut, that they would otherwise have been getting this year, with the ELOP program for those students, confirming that ELOP student, sorry, I have a lot of thoughts in my head, so I'm trying to like articulate it. But with ELOP specifically, the students who qualify for ELOP, for free ELOP, are the students who would be those that get the free and reduced lunch, that are McKinney-Vento students, that are our, or is it just English learners, or is it
every student gets lunch?
Sorry,
every student.
Free,
the free service is for ELOP.
The students who qualify for low socioeconomic families, foster youth, McKinney-Vento students, English learners, that's all part, they all qualify for ELOP free, right? Yeah.
Just to add a little bit of operational context to that, when the kids are coming into the system, there is a little bit of a delay in getting them into ELOP. You know, we do the ELOP registration the spring prior because it starts on the first day of school. The data collection point for low income students is opening day packet. So there's a few months at the beginning of the year that we're gathering that data. So we're just about to invite our TK students into ELOP now, because we don't have that information, and the state removed the English learner testing from TK. So we no longer have English learner status in TK, and that doesn't happen until K. So I do think, though, that, you know, as we discussed the option of expanding ELOP, our cost structure for students who are not eligible, you know, our rate structure is significantly less than other childcare options. So potentially still could be a support if we expanded in that area to families, although not free immediately. So there would be, we just have a gap that there would be an impact because we are unable to, we don't have that information, low income information for TK students immediately when they enter. We could look at compressing that window maybe a little bit, but it does take quite a long time to get that information back from everybody.
I see. So is there other ways to maybe, to address the concern that those students would be missing out on those, you know, on those 2 hours for, I guess, we started in August. It's November now. It's like 3-ish months, 4 months. Is there a way to still provide some sort of support in any other way?
We could look at that. If we were using ELOP funds, we would have to be able to verify eligibility under ELOP. So, we could look at that timeline and see if there's a way to get that information faster from that population, possibly. Because I think in this moment, it would be difficult to identify other funds for that purpose.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we can pull the number. We don't have a high number of TK students that are in our ELOP program. They may qualify but for whatever reason, they don't enroll in it. So it's not a really large number, and I don't have it up the top.
Approximately 100, I think, was the number last year. 100 TK students, because most students fall under English learner category in ELOP. So,
okay. Thank you. My other question is with regard to middle school and the elective teachers. In terms of the elective teachers who are multi-credential versus single subject, I'm trying to understand a little bit about how many of our elective teachers are multi-subject versus single subject. And then are our elective middle school teachers, is that funding also coming out of Prop 28, or is that just for the elementary music teachers that we've hired? Is that, am I putting two buckets together?
I think so. So I'll let Mike answer about the credentialing part of it. For our Prop 28 is separate. We're not hiring elective teachers out of Prop 28.
But if it's like a band teacher, right? So I know, like, when we got the Prop 28 money, whenever it was, like 2 years ago, we were able to strategically hire full-time music teachers. But is that, but like music teachers at the middle school aren't part of that category?
No, because those music teachers already existed. So when Prop 28, we couldn't supplant. So those music teachers already were in existence. What it allowed us to do was expand the music programs at the elementary schools.
Okay.
So two different. But I will defer to Mike. I don't have off the top of my head our middle school teachers, how many have multiple subject, and some have both. Some have a multiple subject and a single subject. So it really would be determinant on the individual.
I don't have that information. I can get it.
I think what I'd like to understand, because when I think about the middle school electives, I'm thinking, the ones we probably all think about, which is, like music, art, wood shop, metal shop, those kinds of things. But how many other elective offerings that are being taught by multiple subject teachers? So I would imagine, like, for example, like leadership class or I can't think of another one. Makes me that's I think I just want to understand like what
the 6th grade class, like the,
oh yeah, like Wheel, but Wheel also has, like, we'll have like art and,
but it's multiple subjects, I believe.
Yes.
Well, most elective classes, you have to have either a credential or some supplemental that would allow you to do that. I mean, like, not just any teacher can teach art, not just any teacher can teach home ec, not just any, so I would say for the most part, some of our more, like band and art, those kind of things are single subject teachers, but I can get that info for you.
I think one of the one of the caveats for this proposal, it's not new, it's what we did last year. So we'd really revert back to what was done in 24-25, where all 5 of our middle schools had optional for 7th and 8th grade. They ranged anywhere from, I think, 68% to 75% of the students choosing it. So we really do have a model that we can go back to that was able to be implemented. I would say the one shift that happened when we went to 2 electives, there were some expansions of different types of electives for students to have those choice. Those might have to be contracted back. We just really, but the core of those electives are still going to be continued to be offered. There may not be, 5 sections of a unique elective. There may only be 2 of those, but it would really depend. They'll do student selection. They'll see staffing credentials because, there is still going to be the intent to preserve teachers as much as possible. And so, if students sign up for something that a teacher has no credential for, we're probably not going to be able to offer it because we're not hiring new teachers. And so we really will focus on that core experience that students, whatever middle school they're at, get that similar type of experience. So, thinking about what happened in 24-25, and even for some point into 23 and 24, was several of our schools did the 2 options. We're really just reverting back to what we did a year prior.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ava or Long, which one? Long? Okay.
Yeah, I have several questions and say, I see we have only say one option for middle school elective and then one option for the TK. So what will happen to other options? Are we not considering them or?
So with the other options, and I'll take middle school electives, last 2 weeks ago when we did the ranking, there was definitely more of the interest from the board falling onto this one. So as a staff, we're bringing it forward as our recommendation because it does have the cost savings. It's also something we know we can implement. I do want to recognize that I know that you had inquired about what would it look like if we did optional for 6th graders as well as the 7th and 8th graders. So staff did go back and analyze it. It does minimize the cost savings. We had shared in one of our options that if we just stayed status quo and everybody had 2 electives, we would see a savings of about $600,000 next year just because of a declining enrollment. So we would be losing teachers next year. We would be reducing the number of middle school staff just based on student enrollment. If we looked at trying to add the 6th graders into that mix, it's a little more challenging because our 6th graders are at all of our elementary schools. So we don't know what their elective choices are from year to year. And so our concern would be we would see this very flexible. Each year we could be needing more teachers, and then the next year we could be reducing teachers, or at least with our 7th and 8th grade, we have that kind of that historical value for them. So when we cost it out, it would be a little bit more than the status quo, but it was about a $300,000 more. So wasn't as significant by sticking to something that I think we knew we could implement and it would work.
Okay, understand. Okay, I have another question about say system change. So what do you mean? So system change? Do you mean say we change those the structure for TK and elective for middle schools?
Yeah, happy to answer that. So when we talk about system change, what we're referring to is instead of just identifying that we're going to reduce staff by 18, we reduce to something that's changing us to cause that reduction. So we're changing how we're giving our elective program. With that comes a result of reduction in staff, but it really is a system and the program change. The same with TK. We're changing the system only half day, all eligible to 4-year-olds, but what it does is results in staff changing. So it's another way to recognize staff changing that are sustainable. Or oftentimes when we do some of those levers and we start identifying personnel, usually the work and the same program or the services stay, and it just expands the work for people. And that's not always sustainable, where if we do the system change, this is more sustainable. I know there was a comment or a question, and I've seen it in some of the emails, is this short-term or is this long-term? Right now, I would say we need to do it until our budget is stabilized, and then we always have that conversation able to come back is, at some point, do we want to expand the TK back to a full day? At one point, do we want to look at two electives expansion again? But I would say for the outlying 3 to 4 years, we need to maintain this system change to really recognize that stable budget and allow us to continue to focus on students. And I know it's challenging and I know it's hard for families and, heartbreaking to hear the emails coming out. But when we looked at these two systems, we really were trying to avoid impacting our current students. And so when we looked at this shift into the middle school electives, our sixth graders who are experiencing 2 electives right now still have that opportunity as they shift into seventh graders. Because they had the option to do it. Our TKers that are enjoying that full day program right now will shift into a full day kindergarten class. So our new TKers who haven't been in the program are the ones that are going to be affected. So I just wanted to share that.
We just changed our middle school elective last year, right? So this is actually our first year to experiment those 2 electives. Yeah, I'm wondering whether we have any investigation and see just some feedback about how it works for our students and as well as a family. And since that's probably the only year we have those 2 electives, at least for the 6th grade. Okay. And so it's can be a good opportunity for us to get the feedback, see how it goes.
So it is very early in the school year where we've only had the 2 electives for about the 2.5 months. What we do know and had been shared last year, there was concerns about the cost of funding 2 electives. We were fortunate that we do have some of our Prop 28 money. CEF, our organization, has actually contributed. At the same time, we were changing our parent donations. And so there was a concern with being able to fund the cost of 2 electives. I think that information, it looks like we're in good shape this year, but that it does continue to be a concern because electives are expensive. I think we were very optimistic. I think when we shifted last year into the 2 electives for all, our original intent hadn't been for it to happen until 26, 27, but we felt like the pieces were in place and we moved forward with it this year. Hindsight, had we seen where our budget kind of went forward with, we would not have made the recommendation to move forward to do the 2 electives. So I'm not saying it's not a successful program. I'm not saying it's not good for kids to have 2 electives. I am concerned with a 7-period day and the amount of transitions that a middle schooler goes through. So I'm not saying it's bad that they have the 2 electives. We were just looking at a way, we're in a position where we need to make some reductions. There's only so many personnel that we can reduce without changing some of our systems. And it really has to go hand in hand or we're not going to build our reserve up. So I do want to be really clear on that. I am not saying that the 2 electives are a bad thing.
Yeah, okay, understand. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Eva.
Hi, thank you. I want to start off with questions regarding transitional kindergarten. I understand that our funding, we're not fully funded until they turn 5.
No, that was prior years. That was when LCFF came. That was back in reference to 2013-14.
Okay, so that was back then. Then the other question, the question regarding our current funding is that we're not fully funded for TK. What is that difference in funding for our transitional kindergarten?
So what happened is we were LCFF in 23-24. At that point, we were receiving a per pupil basis. So for every student that came into the district, TK came in, we got a per dollar amount, which was great. So we were building up the TK program. We were expanding classrooms. Then as the 24-25, as we shifted into basic aid, we no longer get a per pupil. So we were banking on our enrollment was projected to decline. So with declining enrollment and higher property taxes, we would have more per pupil. As I showed on the chart, we were in a declining enrollment and our TK kind of stabilized it. So as we shifted into basic aid, where it resulted in is why we were barely basic aid. So had the state not came in this year and said and recognized that a 10-to-1 ratio is an impact, that went into effect July. So we didn't lose any money by not getting the funding from TK. We just didn't go as far into property tax revenue as we believed we would. So we're still better off being in a basic aid. I think that's important. But again, we are just barely receiving more of a per pupil dollar amount in basic aid than we would have. So we're still getting more money in basic aid than we would have in LCFF. So it covers that cost of the TK. if the TK 5,500 had exceeded our property taxes, then we would have been back into LCFF. So we're not. We're still in a better place being in basic aid. And I know that's confusing when we say we're not funded for the TK. We're not, because we're property taxed.
So trying to recollect what you were saying, we are getting $400 per pupil more than what if we were in LCFF.
Yes.
Okay.
Our property taxes exceed the LCFF funding by that amount.
I wonder, I heard from the ELAP question that there was 100 from Allison, there was 100 people that qualified for ELAP last year for TK. And this is our first year who don't qualify for, but like can the pay program, the staggered pay program. How many do we currently have in the TK after school program for ELAP that our non-qualifiers are paying?
So we haven't started the non-eligible option yet. So the next step is inviting newly eligible students from the opening day packet data. So we're about to send invitations to our TK students to join ELAP. After we finish that, then we will go on to the non-eligible students, because we have to first prioritize the space for the eligible students.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder, since we're just starting this and we are kind of, probably because it's our first year, we're starting it into in the logistics of qualifications and non-qualifications. We're starting later than we would at the beginning of the year. I wonder if our after-school ELAP program, the non-qualifiers, and when we get that going, and the number of the amount of money that if we were to make from that could help sustain a full TK program, or the option of, because there are some parents, like I know a friend of mine whose child was in transitional kindergarten, and she did not want him in a full day of kinder because she believed maturity wise he was better off with half day or half day TK. So like, I wonder if that would offset for families that choose to either do a half day TK or a full day TK. You know, if that's sustainable in terms of postulating, rather than just having this one option. And the idea of like, if we don't have the funds, where else can we have the funds to supplement?
Yes. So as Derek shared when he was here, we really don't know. I think one thing as a reminder that did happen when we started with the rates, which is also new this year, is that we modeled out different scenarios in ELAP, but in none of our scenarios did the current reality show. We had 75% of the kids in the no cost option. So I think it would be, at this point, impossible to guarantee how much funding could come in from a new program, although I hope, I want to be optimistic, and I affirm that idea, Ava. I don't know that we could with confidence give a number at this point.
Okay, thanks. I'll wait till my turn for two more questions.
We'll come around a few times here on this. So if we could go to slide 9, I'll use my 2 questions on maybe some system level type questions. So right now, you know, the 2 options we have here are sort of in that green area, right? And so I'm actually looking above that and looking at that 3 million in blue. I know you talked about other things, management reduction perhaps was in there. Presumably these are things that eventually would have to be approved by the board. So I'm wondering, are we going to have any visibility into what that looks like and see if there are options for us in that blue section in addition to the green section?
So yes, so that blue section really will be personnel. Not they won't be system changes. They will be personnel. So we'll be bringing those forward to you December, early January. Again, we have a March 15th deadline that we do have to notice employees. So you're not going to see any big systems that can be changed by these personnel. They're going to be reducing management. They're going to be reducing maybe a particular position for it. So it does go across the entire district.
But when you reduce people, you're kind of, and not replacing them, you're kind of changing the system, or?
Not necessarily, no. No, it could be running it more efficient. It could be that with declining enrollment, we no longer need those positions. Could be a service that we don't feel like we need that number of staffing for it to be functional. So not as direct as a system for it.
So I guess maybe the question behind the question here is, are there opportunities for the board to weigh in on the levers in that blue section, or is that more kind of, I should just say, hey, there's $3 million there and we don't look at it?
So absolutely, as a board, we will bring those forward to you and you'll be able to see what those positions are. Again, we try not to bring names forward with them, but oftentimes certain positions, so you would have that because that's through the layoff process.
Okay, all right. Thanks. My second question then is around sort of the time aspect of this, right? So you talked about, once we get on this plan, then it's about 3-4 years to sort of rebuild the reserve, right? So I'm imagining now a curve, and I can imagine one could make the curve steeper and one could make the curve not as steep, shallower, right? And so I'm wondering with this, I know it's not here, and do we have what a multi-year projection will look like at 8 million? So what if I were to say, gosh, this next year, let's just do 7 million, or let's try to do 9 million. I'm trying to figure out what's the sensitivity of that target to when we get back to 6%.
So when we bring our first interim, which will be in 2 weeks, you'll see exactly that. You'll see what the multi-year looks like. It will be building in this projection of reductions if we have at least an indication from the board that that's going. If tonight you tell me we're not interested in doing the TK, then we would pull that out of our multi-year projections. Right now, if we embed this 8 million into our multi-year, we will be at 6% reserve at the end of 26-27. Our reserve will grow for 27-28. So anything less than this will just drop us below that 6% reserve for 26-27. Then it will have the impact for 27-28. So again, as we're working in the first interim numbers, we haven't finalized those yet to be able to bring that multi-year, but we'll absolutely have that for the first interim.
Right. Okay.
And then those pieces start to fall together.
Right. Now I'm just thinking time is another variable here, presumably. But thank you. That answers my question. I assume you have more, Satish?
Yeah, I have. Hopefully it'll be simple one. One is, I think this 40%, again, I'm going back to the timing and things that I'm not going in the numbers, but looking more from the employee angle, okay, most of my questions are going to be like that today. So now 40% we are reducing on the IA side. So would they still be eligible for all the benefits, or they would lose? I know that it's a prorated, but all the benefits will be retained, whatever we are having now.
Mike, do you want to, when RIAs are reduced down from this 6.5 hours to 4 hours?
Yeah, so if they drop below 6 hours,
yeah,
so does the percentage of the benefits that's paid. So at 6 hours, they're full-time. At 4 hours, they're not full-time. So they would get a prorated amount for being a 4-hour employee.
Yeah, I think proration is fine, but all other benefits, whatever they are, let's say they have 5 benefits they're getting, they still be eligible for those 5 benefits, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, there's going to be a certain amount more that they would have to pay.
Okay. Second is, now I know that, like, again, going back, 50 to 60 full time we hire every year. So when do we start that process actually? So I'm trying to see that should we be, this could be a comment rather than a question, but is there an opportunity for us to delay that so that every year you are taking 50 or 60 people? So rather than doing that, pause that, and if we can, So I don't know exactly the timing when it works, because we are getting practically some of the employees are coming out of the main pool, but we are getting new people. Rather, can we fill in that way, like, give priority for them to be doing that? So how does it work in a time scale from now till June?
So that's part of the layoff process. If somebody's laid off, they basically have rights to be the first one hired back according to seniority. So if I got laid off, I go on what's called the 39-month rehire. If a position comes open that I'm qualified to be, and I have the most seniority on the 39-month rehire, I'm the first one asked back. So in essence, if anybody goes to the 39-month rehire, if they take the layoff and they go to the 39-month rehire, then they automatically have seniority come back before we can hire outside of the school district. So it ultimately is doing what you said, what you asked.
And remember that target date for both classified and certificate is March 15th. So we would have to notify staff by the March 15th. That's kind of our deadline or our timeline that we work around.
And that is the time we advertise for the new employees. I mean, so many vacancies are there at the same time.
So in the past, we've tried to be proactive in getting out there to hire new employees. I think that would be part of what we'd want to take a look at if we know that we're reducing some employees and looking to see what are the potential openings we have. That is going to be in conjunction with the early retirement. So I think as soon as we are formally able to announce the retirement, if it is approved tonight, then we'll start knowing what employees are taking advantage of that and being able to match up some of these. So it is going to be a little bit of multiple pieces coming in over the next months. But I do think, and I hear that strongly from you as board members, that you want to ensure that the employees that are being affected by this somehow are given some kind of a right. Rights or priority. And again, happy to meet with the union and talk about what are some ways that we can help alleviate that and ensure as much as possible. It doesn't make sense if we're going to be reducing and I'm just using it as an art teacher, and then we go out and hire an art teacher. We wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, so I think, thank you very much. I think that's a clarification I needed. So I want, exactly from that point. So I'm trying to see that how we can get it reinstated if possible. Okay, if there is any way other than the early retirement, that is there themselves is moving out, but force them, move the things we can. And if any process change we need to do, if again, it's a suggestion coming back. I think we can talk on the comments, but if any process changes need to be adjusting the time to do this, it will be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I don't have any other specific questions for me, but we've been getting a lot of emails from community members and parents. And one of the questions that have been coming in is, why are we spending money on facilities and building and construction, solar panels, fencing, all of those things? And so could you just address that a little bit?
Sure. So one of the benefits was when the community supported us in our facility bond of the $347 million in November, there are specific things that can be covered under the bond. As a district, we did not have a large maintenance fund that allowed us to do those kind of work on our buildings. And so that necessitated our infrastructure, our buildings are old. The bond has very specific, the bond could not fund a TK program. The bond can fund the TK playground, the facilities, but there are limitations on what you can use the bond money for. And so they're very specific, targeted. The community approved our bond list, our project list. It comes back to the board, but it's not about personnel, doesn't cover administrative costs. So there are limitations on what you can spend that money for.
Long, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I have another question about system change. And on slide 9, and you showed us we are looking at 4 to 5 million of the system change, but say our middle school elective, it's say if we choose that option, it's 2.1 million, and TK it's 1 to 1.5. But if you add them together, it's less than 4, even for the bigger number. So I'm wondering whether there's more system changes you are looking at.
So this was created with our original target when we brought the options back on the 30th. When those options modified and the feedback from you as board. And I think from the community, we recognize that that green is not to the extent that we need it to be the 4 to 5 million. So that blue has expanded and we're identifying over $3 million in other reduction costs. So again, we're not bringing another system forward at this point. I'm really trying to focus on these two and then the other personnel cuts to get us to this. So still feeling like if we can get to that 8 million, it makes the adjustments in our budget that we need to be at that 6% at the end of 26, 27. So the colors are going to shift a little bit depending on what options you guys select.
Okay, so we are still targeting the 8 million. Yes. So it's okay. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Ava, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it's a general question, like why I understand that it's good to have this discussion, but I don't feel comfortable making decisions because we haven't considered other things. Why are we not considering what are we going to do with unresolved projects that we have and decisions, timelines of the Finch property or even the Meyer Holtz, making these decisions before those are potential revenues that the district can get, and other ways of cost savings, such as looking at contracts and like how it's like putting the horse before the cart in a way, because these are like, how come we're not considering that? I like to have the discussion, but I don't feel comfortable with the decision making of that yet. If we haven't looked at all the other options and if how come we're not having a budget saying here's some things that we've done cost cutting and laid out how much we have so far, how much more. The only thing I do remember seeing is like some software program we don't need and we needed, like we saved some money there, but that was only like one email. So how come we're not considering that before we even make a decision talking about this?
So just as a reminder, those conversations have been going on simultaneously. We actually have a item coming up on the board agenda about the Meyer Holtz lease. So those are ongoing conversations as far as revenue enhancement. And when we built out the multi-year in June, we did share with you, we projected revenue coming in off of Meyer Holtz lease. So that's already embedded into our multi-year. So if we choose not to lease it out, then that will let us know that we're going to need to come back and adjust those assumptions as well. The same for Finch. We made an assumption that in 26, 27, we would be generating a small amount of revenue off of that. So if we don't move forward with that, that's just more money pulled out of there. So all of those have been out there. As far as I guess I would refer to them as the levers as far as contracts. We have continually to do that internally over the last year, is looking at where can we eliminate some of those contracts. So we're not bringing those necessarily to the board because we're just doing it. We know there's a cost savings. We know that we don't need this software, or we might have a duplicity of a software. We're just eliminating it versus bringing it to the board. Those are some of those operational things that we are just continuing to look at and do reductions. Can we, our legal costs, we've reduced our legal costs. We've just internally said, look, we're going to look at those areas and we're all going to be a little bit more conscious about when we're making that. So those are happening constantly. That is why when we are continuing to bring the budget forward and we show you the multi-year, you're going to see some of those areas change because we've already just done those. So they're just good operational ways to be efficient. And I know it's been an ask of the board for the last year, is just, can we look at some of these operationals and how do we reduce? So that is a continual thing that we do that doesn't necessarily come to the board every meeting to say, we want to eliminate this software. We're doing it because it's a cost savings for us. So I hope that clarifies a little bit in that sense.
Okay. And then my second question is let's see, how long will ELOP be? How long is ELOP for TKers typically? Like what they, like how many hours is that?
ELOP is 9 hours a day. So if a TKer is in 4 hours, then the ELOP would need to be 5 hours. So ELOP is required to be a 9-hour program.
Okay. So ELOP is a 9-hour program regardless. Okay. I'll wait till next time. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ava. In some of the emails we've gotten, about TK, there's been an ask of some of the parents asking, if once we shorten and we go to a half day, then there are just logistical inconveniences for folks. And there were a number of folks asking about how viable is it to have a paid option? I know we talked about ELOP and Cooper Doodle and all these other things. I'm just wondering, both from a legal standpoint and a logistical standpoint, how viable is it to offer something so that parents have that option of picking their kids up early, or maybe spending a bit more funds to kind of restore so you get my question.
Yes, absolutely. So TK is a free a public education system, so we would not be allowed to charge for the TK. Where Allison was alluding to is in early October, we began that conversation of looking at, could we expand our after-school programs outside of ELOP? ELOP, there is the eligibility, but that would be absolutely something that, I can't say we would have it ready to go immediately, but that is definitely of interest of ours, not just for TK, but I think for all families that have expressed an interest. They want the after-school program. They wanted the continuity of being on that home campus. They wanted past school hours. And so absolutely, I think there's an opportunity to explore that. And it's kind of a win-win for everyone, because it gives the parents a safe place to keep their child. It generates some additional revenue for us. So I would say, yes, that's something that we would want to pursue.
Okay, so just to be clear, and I just kind of repeat back what I'm hearing, we're not talking about ELOP, because that ELOP is ELOP. This is really another entity that we don't have a name for yet. That's some sort of an after school with some of the properties you talked about, for instance, on the same campus, so people don't have to do the transportation and all that. But it's not regular TK, it's some program but it sounds like that is, we have to explore it more, but it is it's not ruled out, I guess.
Absolutely not. Okay. And we wouldn't want to distinguish a student that you're an ELOP and you're in an after-school program. They would look one and the same. It would just be how the funding is covered for them. So as a parent, if you're eligible for ELOP, the ELOP is running after-school program. That same after-school program provider could also be providing the after-school program for students, because we wouldn't want Stacy to be an ELOP and I only get this after school and I'm running side by side with Sylvia who's in it. So it would all come down to funding and charging amount, but it would look the same as an after-school program.
I see. Okay, all right, thank you. That's my question. So maybe I'll just do another round. Satish, anything?
No, I have comments, but I'll wait for when it's ready.
I think what we'll do is we'll hold on the comments for now. We'll hear from the public, the public comments, and then we'll deliberate. So, all right, thanks. Sylvia, you were done last time, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Along, any other questions?
Yeah, I also have just a comment.
Okay, and we're back to you, Ava.
I think I can live with going into comments.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, and I'm good. So at this point, then let's hear from the public. Aaron, do we have speakers on this item?
We do. We have 15.
15. All right. Okay, let's welcome them. Thank you.
Did you want to confirm that?
15. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. Time, folks. I'm okay with 3. I'm okay with 2.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay. So 2 minutes. All right. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The first speaker is Haley Juarez.
It's hard to adequately convey how upsetting it is to have to come to you for the 3rd issue in a year to defend TK. Each time trying to help you realize what we do in TK, how important it is, and the positive impacts our TK program and staff have on our students and our school communities. You continue to ask TK teachers to justify our humanity, demonstrate our ability to teach according to law and developmentally appropriate practices, and now prove that providing the learning experiences that our TKers deserve does not come at the expense of other children. We've learned to expect to advocate for ourselves. We often advocate for our students' needs and rights, but to have to advocate for the value of our children, that their development and opportunities are as necessary as K-8 students, After repeatedly being told that new proposals would be put forth that don't directly impact students in the classroom, it's hard to understand why only the same two systems are being discussed today. I recognize you're facing financial pressures, but TK should not bear the burden of challenges it did not create. The widespread consequences on enrollment, staffing, layoffs, transfers, site stability are significant and will impact every school, grade, and position, not only TK. Even in the face of complex decisions, you serve as the leaders of a school district whose job it is to ensure a quality educational program for all students TK through 8 in accordance with state law and community input. These have not been the tenets guiding proposals or discussions. This district is full of passionate, engaged, and hardworking students, staff, and families. We believe in CUSD and in working together to strengthen this community. We ask you to lead with foresight and care by making balanced, sustainable decisions that center students and protect their learning.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Catherine Carpenter.
Do I start my own timer? You probably do.
There's a timer on.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. And I just want to start by thanking Jerry Lou because last night, both of my kids sent emails to many of you with their thoughts, and Mr. Lou responded, and the kids were really happy that their thoughts had been heard. So thank you. I have a first grader at Montclair and a seventh grader at CMS. In addition, I recently ended a 4-year term on the Montclair PTO, and I'm on school site council at Montclair. During the last week, Montclair discussion group on this topic has mushroomed. We have 107 parents who are furious about this, live tweeting actively about these discussions right now. Hi, friends. Also, 288 parents of seventh graders at CMS. That's the group I'm part of. But there are 6th and 7th grade parents as well on these groups. Tonight, I represent them and their questions. Concerns have ranged from why doesn't this district have more money to who has mismanaged our money so badly? Calls for independent auditing, as well as what do district staff and administrators get paid, and can we cut their salaries instead of cutting student-facing programs? Most of us chose CUSD because we wanted the educational opportunities this district is known for, and providing the bare legal mandated experience is not what we want our district to be known for. We feel these changes will negatively impact enrollment, student experience, testing outcomes, and family engagement. Middle school parents urge the board to also clarify what would these changes mean for our students if we don't have enough windows for students to have a late morning and an early afternoon. Are we going to have kids with holes in the middle of their day? That doesn't work for me. I'm also concerned about a serious equity issue here for TK families and middle school families who don't really understand the changes you're putting forward on a very impacted timeline. Thank you.
The next speaker is Angela Kim.
Good evening. My name is Angela Kim, and I'm reading this letter on behalf of a colleague. Dear Superintendent Yao and CUSD Board, I am new to CUSD, but it's been an honor to join such an active learning community. That's why the recent news about potential cuts to TK has been so disheartening. I understand the need for fiscal responsibility and thoughtful decision-making. Investing in TK is educationally and financially sound, but reducing the hours and resources for this program would have lasting effects on our students, staff, and district. TK lays the foundation for lifelong learning. Through play-based, developmentally appropriate instruction, students learn essential skills such as communication, emotional regulation, perseverance, and collaboration. We cannot assume these necessary skills are being developed at home, and TK provides a safe, nurturing space for students to practice them daily, skills that underpin all future academic and social success. Research strongly supports this investment. A 2023 study by Milloy et al. Found that high-quality preschool programs yield a return of $2 to $4 for every dollar spent through reduced grade retention and special ed placements. Students who attend high-quality pre-K or TK perform higher on kindergarten readiness assessments, which predict reading success by third grade, a key indicator of long-term academic achievement and high school graduation rates. Research by Ormond highlights that the first 5 years of life are the most critical for brain development. During this time, frequent interaction with peers and trusted adults strengthens neural pathways essential for learning foundational academic concepts like letters, numbers, and sounds. These vital interactions simply cannot occur as often or as meaningfully within the limited time of a half-day program. Full-day TK gives children the time and space they need to build relationships, explore, problem solve, and develop confidence. Teachers, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Janice Ricomini.
First, I'd like to thank ChatGPT for making this sound less angry because it started off pretty angry. First, both the school district and the board, we are facing a serious financial crisis, and the district's leadership must take responsibility for their decisions that contributed to this deficit. Acknowledging these mistakes and offering us a genuine apology to students, families, and staff would be an important first step in rebuilding our trust. Second, to the district, because this deficit occurred under your management, the first and most significant cut should come from administrative levels, not from classrooms. With an $8 million deficit, it is essential that reductions begin with leadership positions, compensation structures, and spending practices. Classroom staff and student programs should not have to bear the burden of decisions that we did not make. And third, to the board, part of how we reached this point was through decisions that were made too quickly and without full consideration of alternatives or adequate stakeholder input. Moving forward, I urge you to slow down the decision-making process. Take time to gather information from multiple sources. Talk with teachers, us. We're the experts in education. Talk with students whose programs may be affected, and talk with parents. Listen fully before taking action. This problem did not just happen overnight, and definitely is not going to be solved overnight. You do not have to make a decision next week. You can say, no, I don't like any of those options. So your takeaways, my 3 points: acknowledge the mistakes that led us here and apologize to the community. 2, begin cuts at management level, not in classrooms. And 3, slow your roll. Take time to make informed and thoughtful decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kaylin Dwar. Kaylin, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. The next speaker is Dr. Tammy Fox.
This is my 22nd year with the district. I've taught kindergarten for 9 years, and when TK opened in 2012, I moved to TK, which is definitely my passion. As part of the district's portrait of a learner competency, wellness serves as the foundation that supports all of the other competencies. Without wellness, the remaining 6 competencies cannot thrive. Recently, however, wellness among TK teachers and aides have been significantly affected. The anxiety many of us are experiencing have reached unprecedented levels. Personally, I've struggled with lack of sleep, acid reflux, and a noticeable decline in enthusiasm for coming to work every day, symptoms that reflect the emotional toll the situation is taking. TK teachers will affirm that our instructional aides and the relationships we have built with them are the backbone of this program. The strong partnerships we share, often functioning with unspoken understanding and mutual trust, are essential to the success of our students in classrooms. These bonds have been carefully cultivated over time, yet due to CSEA contractual bumping rights, our aides have been told to hang on, it's going to be bumpy. The message this stands in stark contrast to the district's stated commitment to wellness and sense of belonging. I understand financial cuts are necessary to maintain fiscal responsibility. However, I respectfully ask for transparency regarding reductions. Thus far, we've only been told that cuts are included in staff reductions without specific details. I also attended yesterday's CSEA meeting for general education instructional aides and was deeply concerned with the district's lack of apparent empathy. For instance, one aide explained she needs her 6-hour position to keep her child at Fremont Union High School for her 4 years at high school, but our district, rather than acknowledging that hardship or exploring potential compromises, the comment was met with silence. These decisions and interactions have real consequences on the people's lives, people who have dedicated themselves to the success of our students and the reputation of our district. It is.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin Chen. Robin, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. The next speaker is Shajita Shabib. Sajita, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. The next speaker is Christine Everhart.
Hi, I'm Christina Everhart. I've been with the district for about 15 years. I teach science and computer science at Miller Middle School. We've been told that with this deficit, the 3 options that were at the board advance were basically get rid of teachers. That's what it boiled down to. Last year, the district decided that it was best for middle school students to take 7 classes, 2 of which are electives. Teachers at my school stepped up. We have 6 teachers teaching an extra class, teachers teaching and creating curriculum for new electives. They're not paid for creating this curriculum, by the way. And we also have been asked to include intensive needs students in these elective classrooms. And again, the teachers have stepped up. They've come up with lessons that are appropriate for these students and ways to include them. That's in addition to all the free time that teachers give to students at our school site, and I'm sure many other school sites, by having in their classrooms during lunch, during brunch, to provide safe spaces for them. What are we met with? The message is, hey, thanks, but we can only cut costs by getting rid of teachers. That does not make us feel that we are valued. I ask of the district, please be transparent with the community. What other options have you explored and why are they less viable than getting rid of teachers? I ask of the board, ask for this transparency. I also leave you with this thought. The claim that the district priority number 4 is to create a sense of belonging in the workplace so that every employee feels valued, validated, and supported to actively engage in their work. As a teacher, I feel that is performative and I do not feel valued. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Asaf Ari.
Hello, Superintendent, members of the board. I did not use ChatGPT, so it'll come out the way it came out. Sorry. I went over all of the documents and everything you shared over the past few months and from June. Honestly, I'm not a financial person. I don't really understand all of it, but I am very baffled. I've been in this district for 10 years now. For many years, we've heard that basic aid is going to be our savior. We are in trouble because we are in LCFF. All the other districts are in basic aid. Once we get to basic aid, everything will be fine. Now we're in basic aid, and the problem is we're in basic aid. We have to take in students, and we don't get money for them. So I don't know where things fell apart along the way. We had a projection of 10% of surplus for the general fund. Now we're talking about the reserve not even meeting the 6% we had before. I'm not sure I have confidence in the financial planning that is going on and whether, as other people noted, we've looked through all the other options. But also I'm concerned about the disconnect between what we see in the slides and what happens in reality. When you change a 6 to a 4, it doesn't just make the numbers look different. It means parents have to come to school 3 times to pick up their kids. It means that parents have to find those 2 hours they have to pay out of their own pocket. It's not a win-win. It's not that the district gets more revenue and parents get the option. It's a lose for the parents. They now have a free option. Now they will need to pay extra to keep that option, right? So I don't know how that impacts low-income families, and I don't know how it impacts everyone else, but I know it does impact our district. And it seems like the only solutions we have is how do we get to less students and less teachers? I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle Momi.
I'm speaking on behalf of a CEA member. To the members of the CUSD board, I am a first grade teacher. I have been with our district for 26 years. I'm writing today because I believe acting in fiscally responsible ways is critical to the health of our district and the success of its students. So why is it always the teachers and students who get directly affected by cuts first? We as teachers sacrifice so much for our kids, staying late after school, paying for things out of our own pockets, spending time in meeting after meeting, and working on weekends or evenings to make sure our students get our all. What has the district management given up? If our district really cares about our employees and students, it should be making cuts from the top. You were the ones that pushed for middle school electives in TK, and now you're suggesting that they are cut. I don't understand how the district could pull a 180 so quickly. Instead of cutting programs like TK middle school programs, they should first take time to look at all their options and plan over time. Perhaps this means calling in a third party to audit and really look at our budget. I hope this helps every trustee understand and take action to ensure that our students are supported so that they can have the success and opportunities they deserve and that future programs will not be hurt. When we invest in our children, we invest in our district future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Salvatore La Rosa. Salvatore, if you are joining virtually, please raise your hand. You should be unable to mute yourself and begin speaking.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Cool. So it's very clear to me after watching this whole board meeting that a lot of the board members don't understand some of the basic credentialing structures that teachers have. That being said, there's been a few questions regarding multi-subject teaching and how that works. It's very concerning that the board is making such a large financial decision and don't understand the basics of how teaching works in the district. That's pretty much all I got. I also left you guys a message, so you can read that.
Thank you.
The next speaker is San Rao. San, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. You should be able to unmute yourself and begin to speak.
Good evening, President Liu and board members. Speaking on behalf of myself only, President Liu, I'd urge you to use your agenda setting powers. I'm assuming you have some agenda setting powers. Please do not accept the sham agendas that the SI is giving you. These are phony items that you guys are debating on. What you need to be focusing on is cutting administration. You need to be cutting deep in the administration, not touching our teachers and our kids' programs. Our teachers make $120K to $150K. The SI makes $500,000. You want to cut $1 million, you could cut it in the room right now. You could ask for the resignation of the SI who has led to this issue today. Why do we need an SI, an associate SI, an assistant SI? How many SIs do we need? The exec assistant of the SI makes more than our teachers. So you guys are not doing your jobs. Ask for management position reviews now. And this is where you need to cut first. And we don't want you spending hours and hours on all of these discussions when we know where the money lies. We have 23 principals and 8 assistant principals, each of them making $300K. We cannot afford that. Let's get down to a principal per 2 schools. Let's end the assistant principals. We have 10 directors, each making $300K. We cannot afford these directors. Why do we need a director for communications? Why do we need a director for ELOP? Why do we need a director for nutritional services? How many directors do we need? Let's cut this down to half. You've got your savings amongst all those $300K plus salaries. Stop going after our teachers and these programs. Do your jobs and start using motions to vote. You guys aren't voting. You're spending all your time talking when the 5 of you have 5 diverse positions, giving no substantial input. You got to use motions and vote. We have 3 people on that board that the residents work for to campaign and get you on that board.
Next
Thank you.
The next speaker is Christine Young. Christine, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. Christine, you should be able to unmute and begin to speak.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good evening, everyone. I'm coming to you a little bit background. I've been on the CAC for CUSD when we went over strategies for school closures. I am been serving on the current task force for enrollment strategies for the last 3 years. I'm an active parent community. I'm an active member of a parent community at Montclair. And I want to start by saying I acknowledge that cuts are necessary and that we have very tough considerations ahead. And I want to leave with 3 points. First is to exhaust all efforts to avoid cuts to classroom spend and student learning experience. Next is to, I think it's, I don't think this community of teachers, families, and community can digest the proposals on the systems changes for TK or to middle school electives without seeing a detailed plan for administrative reduction. And I understand it's coming ahead, but it's hard to look at these as serious proposals without knowing what the administrative reduction strategies look like. Lastly, there's been speakers that have mentioned it before. I think the district management compensation has been brought up in different chat groups. And so it might be helpful to see the compensation growth of district management year over the last 3 to 5 years. I saw some numbers float through some chat groups and I don't want to quote them, so I'd like to see them from the district. Last point is I think we need to consider moving the goalpost of the reserve target of 10% or 6%, whatever it is. The state minimum is 3.
The final speaker is Mayor Brill. Mayor, if you're joining virtually, please raise your hand. Should be able to unmute and begin to speak.
Yeah, hi. I'm a parent in district. My oldest one is in middle school. He's just in 6th grade, so he won and he got the 2 electives, and I have 2 more in elementary. The fact that the alternatives that we're considering are cutting down hours of instruction because we're still above the minimum that is required. This is not why we moved to this district. This is not why we paid the premium of attending CUSD, not to meet the bare minimum. The fact that that you as a board have mismanaged funds repeatedly. From 2 years ago, we shut down 3 schools, and apparently that was not enough to, get us on the right path. Because, like, if you all recall, 2 years ago, that was the promise. We're shutting down these schools. We're disrupting families. We're disrupting kids that have to switch schools because it will put us on a path to success on a path for financial wellness, and now we're doing it again. Where the plans that we're talking about are not, plans that are long term. We're actually we're going to cut down enrollment even further because parents for TKs will not be joining the district because now, as mentioned before me, it becomes a much more complicated situation. We have plans at our district that are not equitable, and I don't think that you as a board are doing the the right job or doing your job well. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay, those are the comments. We'll bring it back to the board here. Amy, so I guess Superintendent Yao, you're looking for direction from the board on next steps on what's been presented?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, let's, Satish, I guess you go first.
Okay, so I think, thank you very much, and a lot of good comments we heard as well, and good discussions and answers. I think definitely we are in a emergency on the financial perspective, and we probably have to, look into all the aspects where all we can make the cuts, or where we can say cut. I mean, is like where we can make also. So I have put some 4 or 5 points here. One is all possible cost reduction we should be looking into, not just I know that you have started already that, but make sure that we are not missing anything out. Second thing is you're differing all, any programs which we are thinking that which can delay. Actually, let's not put any program. I'm talking not just on these 2 slides. I'm talking in general, probably. Okay, so defer any programs which we can wait for some time. Let's not start funding on that and then later unplugging it, right? Then pause, and I think I was repeatedly saying, pause the new hiring. Actually, the new people hiring, let's pause or let's go slow on that. Any open positions, let us really look into whether we need that or not. Okay, so let's not spend time on that and unnecessarily get worried about that, and reduce as much as possible the classroom impact. Okay, that should be the fundamental things. And Superintendent already said about management reduction. I think that's very, very important, because I think one of the concerns which we hear from everybody is that, or there is a concern on the management part of it. But I know that you already mentioned in your speech that you're really looking in the deeper onto that, right? Then reinstating, which I have been talking about that. So the pausing the new hire definitely will help, at least to make, backfilling with that, the teachers or the other staff members getting impacted due to these changes or these proposals. We should look into any opportunity for increasing the Cooper Doodle, actually, because now we are talking about reduction of TK hours, and the Cooper Doodle it will be helpful for both the families, and even some of our IAS and others can move in there if there is an opportunity, and plus it will help the families overall. Okay, and definitely it could be a revenue making model, and we can look into that, any opportunity for improving or increasing the Cooper Doodle footprint here. So I think definitely let's look into any programs. Let's not overcommit things like that. I know that like last 2 years, which we are talking a lot on this multiple electives or 2 electives from that point. And then finally, without even, we could assess that the success part of it or the effectiveness part of it, we have to unplug that now. So let's be careful. I think this is something, I think we got some feedback also going slow on some of the decisions. So let's carefully evaluate each program, each proposals, what we are going to do for future. I think let's consider this as a financial emergency. And I think some of things we can really take a hard pause on those things. Otherwise, I will support any, definitely by knowing the current situation, what are possible things we have to tighten, and we have to make it get us back into the, the mainstream. Actually, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Satish. So.
Yeah. So, first of all, thank you for addressing the management cuts. I know this is something that we've all been asking for. So it's good to see it on the slide. It's good to see the number, and I understand that the specific positions will be coming to us soon, but it's good to know that 3.3 is already being built into part of this savings solution. So thank you for that. I appreciate that you guys went back to the drawing board after we looked at all 3 TK options that were presented last time and didn't like any of them. So thank you for going back and coming up with this modified TK proposal that does allow us to continue to offer TK to everybody, all of our 4-year-olds in our community, and also still honors our TK teachers by keeping them at 100%. I think that this proposal of utilizing TK teachers and their skills and their strengths and hopefully like whatever their passions are, site specific to support all of the students or support teachers, other teachers. I like that. I think it's creative, out of the box thinking. And so I appreciate that you guys have done that and come up with an idea like that. I would want to make sure that all of those teachers are an integral part of deciding what is going to happen with that additional hours that they'd be using. To make sure, that it's not just something that's dictated the district level, but definitely something at site level. I am concerned. I mean, so I'm glad that the students that are low income we will be offering them the additional hours of ELA. I'm concerned for those first few months where they're not going to get it because we don't have the data or we're not able to collect the data. So if there's a way to, if you can explore with some, ideas of how we can continue to support our low income families for whom, early education and, that kind of public education is really the most crucial. So I'm very concerned about that. And then I think in terms of, we'd asked about this, or I know I'd asked about this last time, what are the options that aren't on the table right now that just so we can understand, and I think Ava had kind of alluded to it as well. In order for us to see the big picture, these are the ones that you guys have brought to us after, looking at everything, but help us see what you looked at to get to these two options so that we can understand like what were the things that were maybe eliminated. Maybe it was, or not brought to us. Maybe it was music, maybe it was whatever, but it would be helpful to understand what that is, to see the bigger picture. So I think that's where I'm at.
All right, thanks, Sylvia. Long.
Okay, yeah. As a board, I think the most important responsibility is for the board is to look over the financial because we, most of us are not education expert, and so we do not teach in the classroom except Eva. Okay. But anyway, so we are as most of us are just normal residents, and we people elected us to look over the school district, and I think the most important thing is to make sure, the school district is in a good financial position, and otherwise we won't have a good education at all. And for me, that's one thing always concerned me. Our staff expense is 90% is always something worries me because there's not much room left for anything else. And it's also we know there's a salary increase, and also the benefit will go up, and so we basically with it's that 90% range we cannot afford any volatility. If there's next year's the health insurance went up a lot, and then suddenly we're in a big trouble. So I would like to see our personal expense go to the normal range, which is 80% to 85% quickly. But at the same time, I would like to have the minimum impact on the students as less as possible. And like Satish said, we should be cautious on the hiring side, because well, each year we have naturally have many people say have either retire or go to other looking for went to another job, and so but for whenever we have a vacant position like this, and I think we need to really reconsider, just treat it as a new position, not just automatically refill. So we need to treat it cautiously and see whether we can absorb that position, and so we can have a smaller. I prefer to have a smaller but a happier team, and happier means better pay. Say everyone will be happier. But instead of having a bloated staff, and we run into this financial deficit spending. And another thing is that say we have that's basically two kinds of money. One is that the sustainable money, like our property tax, and which comes every year. And another thing is that say one-time money. And so we like those parcel tax we talked about before, and it was actually one-time money because it will expire. Like what happened to us, and is that where this 8 million come from? It's in one of Stacy's email was it came from the parcel tax we lost since 2024. So that is actually say one-time money, and we got to be very cautious, and it will bring us pain. And at first it may make us happier because it looks like we have more, but those money is actually we eventually need to pay back like right now. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Long. Ava, please go ahead.
Okay, let's make sure I get everything here. Thank you. I like this as a discussion. I don't want to make any decisions on either TK or the middle school electives now. There's a few things. There's one question I forgot to ask, Allison, on the timeline of can I ask that question during this time, Jerry?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The timeline of implementing the paid after school, when do you think that will start?
We initially, in the presentation to the board, were targeting January. I'm still hoping we'll be in the January, February timeframe. We're anticipating the new invitations for ELAP to go out soon in this month. And then we have to see how many seats are taken up. So I think we'll be close to that timeframe, remembering that we're just taking small steps this year, mid-year, and we should be able to hit that January, February timeframe.
Okay. That's one thing that's like another moving, we're, I think, a very good district. Not only of what we offer academically, but the supports that we have for our students. And I'm hoping that with the sooner implementation, I'm hoping with the demand of the community that we'll get a projected idea of the income that can be generated from that. In general, and I don't like the idea of the TK being half day because it definitely is inequitable for those who cannot find or for childcare. And like to keep transitional kindergarten as full, partially because I was a former teacher. I have my preschool credentials, elementary and biology credentials, and teaching secondary. And I believe that, and this is from an article on June 24th in 2020 by Rishi Sharam in a brain-based learning article calling Why Ages 2 through 7 Matter So Much for Brain Development. Rich experiences from play to arts and relationships fundamentally shape a young child's development. Quote, the first critical period of brain development begins around age 2 and concludes around age 7. It provides a prime opportunity to lay the foundation for a holistic education for children. 4 ways to maximize this critical period include encouraging a love of learning, focus on breath instead of death, paying attention to emotional intelligence, not treating young children's education as merely a precursor to real learning. And I believe our TK teachers do that in providing a full day of school education. I would like our district to look into showing us and mirroring the same idea of what Sylvia was saying is, can you show us what are the numbers? If the district has, and each of the departments have been looking at contracts for services or softwares, like how much money is going to be saved for the following year and how much money for each of those departments, even professional development, even looking at portrait of learner. I'm a huge fan of portrait of learner. Love it. But if we're going through hard times, we might need to take a pause and not saying that we won't continue it, but when we do have the funds, continue because it does cost money. And just looking at things, prioritizing in-house personnel versus contracts, looking at, I love hearing that we are mindful of like legal fees and how long we're on the phone with them, but really looking at in-house lawyer, is that going to be more, and I don't know, would like to see the data on that, or in-house carpenters rather than looking at our recent purchase orders and warrants, like hiring other companies to do it. Would it be more affordable in-house, just in general? And looking at what are some services that we do offer that makes money, such as Cooperdoodle, or looking at the ELOT program. That's I asked why about when we would implement and how much data, or maybe extrapolation, or if people are interested and we don't have the capacity to expand, would they be interested in following it as such? And then if we're retirement incentive, it's on there. Can we have somewhat, like, I don't know if it's possible to have an earlier deadline so we get a better idea of how much money that could save up. And I know it's a lot. I have voice to text going, so hopefully that will cover that. And looking at other things that we can in terms of the properties that we have not been resolved in, like maybe updating where is the where are we with Montebello, that status, how's that going? All the other properties, and just having like maybe some sort of organizer that shows us the contracts when they're ending, how much we're getting in, just like revenue, right? All the possible revenues and where it's projected. And if there are those changes, where has that been? And, and probably later on when we have Dale come up and talk about properties, it looked like in the past data, and correct me if I'm wrong, the properties in our area, we're very lucky to live in such a prosperous area that the property values have been going up 4 to 5% consistently, not going down, consistently. 7 to 10 years, somewhere around there. So So being in basic A in a district that has pretty good history, I would feel comfortable for if we don't make all these other cuts and everything, and we want to maintain TK and the option of kids having taking more than one elective in middle school. I'm okay if our target doesn't reach 6%, but we are at 3%. And judging by 1 month of thing, it's somewhere around, I don't know, 4 or 5%. I don't know the percentage of 1 month's paycheck.
1 month's payroll, including payroll and benefits, is $20 million.
Which is what percent of the reserve?
That would be a little under 10% reserve.
Under 10%.
That's just 1 month.
Right. So looking forward, I just want to see what are we doing that we are cutting back if we're hearing that. And then looking at the cuts for administrators is if the proposal is to relook at the systems of TK in middle school, how come we're not relooking at the system, how management is being done? Maybe there are possibilities in which we can rethink about that system where we don't need that many administrators and thinking about maybe deeper cuts there. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Ava. So much I want to say here. Organize my thoughts a bit. I think, first of all, I have the privilege of replying to emails from people on behalf of the board. So I just want to thank the folks who wrote in. I think read all of them. I think we all did. Lots of good ideas in there. I wish I could sit down and have a conversation with each one, because I think there are some things that are good ideas. There's some things I wish I could explain why we can't do things the way, and hopefully that'll come through the discussions here. I think I have a couple of asks here. I think where I am right now, I think I echo some of what Ava said, echo some of what Sylvia shared, which is I don't think I'm ready to go and pick one of these. I think these options that we have for TK and middle school 6th grade electives, really, if we said that's the thing to cut, it's probably as well optimized as it can. Again, I want to thank Stacy. I know folks, I'm sure you're pulled into a lot of these things. I'm not sure those are the right things yet. I'm not convinced they're the right things yet. And that's just because if I'm to order rank all the things, all the hundreds of processes that this district does, to say that PK is like in the bottom 1 or 2, somehow, because I have thoughts on, I've been here a while, I have thoughts on where things could get cut, but maybe that's somewhere already in that 3 million. So I guess I would echo Sylvia's ask of maybe sharing with us what has been looked at. I don't want to set off a panic on what I think should be cut, but I have an idea, sort of at least my own preferences, and I just kind of, sort of wonder maybe that's already accounted for. And so I think included within that, it's been talked about, is the management structure. I know it's difficult because it's because it involves people and all that, but I would just ask somehow if we could share with the board, in that 3 million, what's in there, what are the things that's been looked at and rejected and all that. So I think my sense is that's what Sylvia was asking for. The second is that we have a budget advisory committee, and I haven't heard from them on this. So I'm kind of hoping that before we make a decision, because we have a committee and it's got staff, there are community members and there are administrators in there. And I like to kind of, if I don't know, I'm not on the committee anymore, I don't know when they meet, but if there's a way to bring them together to kind of maybe opine on this and provide some recommendations, because I think that a large group of people can double click on things a lot better than the 5 of us can. There's only so many hours we have. And so I guess would be an ask if there's a way to hear from the budget advisory. And then the third, I just kind of throw this out there. It's sort of, I didn't come in here tonight with this idea, but it sort of occurred to me as I was, is that one of the things that I've always felt like when we lost the parcel tax back a couple of years ago, that event kind of came and went. Like we didn't sit down, have a big powwow on, what are we going to do with $8.6 million less? And that's because at that time, we had all this one-time money and, we're working on all these other things. And we never had that hard conversation. And I think now, and I think this is what Superintendent Yao talked about in her report, is that we need to, I think now the one-time money's gone and et cetera, et cetera. And I wonder, is it possible to delay the TK thing? Because I think that's the one that really, I guess I visit these places and they're all so cute and it's really hard to, and is it possible to delay that to see if we could try for parcel tax to help fund that? What would it look like if we were to hold it at steady state for another year? And then maybe go out for a parcel, it's just an idea. It literally occurred to me while I'm sitting here. So I wonder gaming out what that would look like, I guess. And maybe it doesn't work, maybe it blows a hole in something. But yeah, I think that's the one that I'm having a really tough time with just because I think, when I came onto this board, I had 2 kids at Kennedy and we always look enviously at some of the other middle schools that had, I think at Kennedy, you really just had one, right? They said you could apply for another one, but later I found out like most people don't. You put it in and you're disappointed, but it turns out everybody is, right? So I'm happy that, in the course of the last couple of years, we've been able to improve the system as you showed in your slide that at least for 7th and 8th, we have the option of getting 2 and there's now equitable offerings across the middle schools, and I think that's a huge step forward, right? And I felt like at least I got something done on here. But so that one, I've always been a proponent of 2 electives. It's not something I want to see go away, but I guess so. I guess those are my things, and I appreciate what the staff has done with these 2 options. I think there's as well tuned as they're going to be if these are the options, but I like to see what are the other options that's been looked at and not. And I would love to just see what the financial consequences would be if we held TK at the steady state and then see if the community would be willing to bring back the parcel, but yeah, but okay, my 2 cents. With that, Ava, please.
Couple questions. Have we considered like a hiring freeze, or are we at that point? I don't know, but this is a question, like, or freeze on spending. And then the other thing, and I've been also reading all the emails and talking to people, and I'm not sure if might be a good idea. I'm not sure what our board members have talked about yet, but the consideration of maybe an audit. And then I don't know what the timeline, if that is if that's valuable to us or not. And then you mentioned the Budget Advisory Committee. Satish and I are on it. Our next one is December 2nd, 1 to 3 p.m. at the district office. It's actually going to be at the Mary address.
Oh.
Just to put it out there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. All right. Okay. Any other comments from other folks before?
If I just may, so we do have a board meeting coming up next week. It's that very quick turnaround time for it. Is there anything specific that you would like to bring to that meeting? Or if I may make a recommendation, it sounds like there's other information you would want before we even continue the discussion on the TK in the middle schools. We do have budget advisory on December 2nd. It was purposely scheduled that way, so it'd be an opportunity to preview the first interim before it comes to the board. So we could use that budget advisory to share more of the details that we're talking about, that we're aware of, that haven't come to the board, vet those through the budget advisory. We would then still bring the first interim, and we may have to look at a couple different scenarios with the MYP and the first interim, that if this, then that, and if not, then this. So Tina and I will be creative on that and see what we can do. But again, certainly never the intent is to force anybody to make a decision. I think when we put out our schedule, it was discussion, action when ready. So I don't want people to be too tied up on that. We said we had to have an action by November 20th. That wasn't the intent. It really was. We were just looking at time-wise for the first interim and for the budget. And so always flexibility on that because these are difficult decisions and more information. So we can continue to build out. It will just affect probably what it looks like when we bring the first interim. We may need to make some adjustments on that and give you some different scenarios, the what ifs that you're asking for.
Yeah, no, I would say, from the time when I served on the budget advisory before, staff had always sent out an agenda. And so maybe this time we could sort of prepare the committee members with some of this information so they can do some thinking before coming to the meeting. I don't want to hijack your meeting if you're going to use it for other things, but I just think I know many of the folks on there, I really would value their input and recommendations.
No, the intent of shifting them, make sure that they're always held before we bring information to the board was just for that purpose.
Jerry, can I add something? So I think I don't want anything to be stopped also in the other side, right? I know that you guys are working a lot on that. I think a lot of low-hanging stuff are there around. Okay, some of the actions which we can continue doing it. Some, like not necessarily these proposals, that's what we hear from others. But at the same time, I think we should, my first point is trying to do tightening everywhere, right? Even delaying stuff, some of the things, or pausing things, or moving things out, or just stopping it completely kind of things, right? So all those things, I think I don't want a lot of delay for such things. Things should happen that should get us a better position if we can. So I want that exercise to continue. I know you're putting a lot of time on this, but probably Tina again, to see that all open positions, whether we need it or not, kind of thing. So I think we need some kind of such, that itself probably would add a lot of, benefits for us here. Right. So please continue doing that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
President Liu, could I ask that we take a 5-minute break before we go to the next item?
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so it's at 9:40 right now, so we'll be back at 9:45 perhaps.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to reconvene us back. So the next item is item K. This is the approval of the lease agreement with Harper School. So who will kick us off on that?
I will.
All right, thank you.
So I do want to clarify, it is a discussion action. So we had preliminarily brought this on October 9th, had gone back and we were just initiating the negotiations with Harper based on our RFP and said we would bring it back for discussion so that if there are any questions on it. So just a reminder, we're bringing this forward and we can go to, I don't know, the next slide, I'm sorry. Just a reminder for Meyerholtz, we are talking about is a property located over at Melvin Drive. It's about 9.4 acres, about 45,000 square feet. It was our former Meyerholtz Elementary that was closed in June of 2022. We declared it surplus. Based on the previous board discussions, although we had some discussion about moving district office over there at that time, had decided really looking at that financial revenue and creating a long-term stream for us. We moved in the direction based on board direction to go out for an RFP and leasing it out. So we issued the RFPs that actually went out the first week of July. Proposals were due August 8th. And then again, just to generate that sustainable revenue while maintaining some flexibility, there is still the interest I know from the board is ensuring that we have ability to take that property back should we need it for a school reopening or for other purposes within the district. So again, just a quick overview of what the process looked like. We released it July 11th. The RFPs went out and were due August 8th. September 12th, we did a selection and then been working on finalizing that as well. So sharing a little bit about that RFP process, when we sent it out, we also did basically like an open house on the campus. So anyone that was interested that wanted to come and tour the campus and see more details, we actually had about 13 interested parties that attended the showing in July. But based on that 13, we actually only had 5 that submitted RFPs on that deadline. So as we looked at those 5 RFPs, we brought those to you in October 9th, sharing with those that there was really only one that was a full campus lease. There was another one that did put a bid in for a full campus lease, but it was a much lower footage rate. It was the 85 cents, I believe. And so we had continued to pursue the conversation with Harper. Harper School, who we are bringing forward as a potential leasee. It is a private preschool through 8th grade. They have campuses in Danville and Redwood City, and then they also have a campus in St. Louis. So they also know that the co-founder of Harper is associated with Stratford School. Stratford School was one of the schools, I believe, that had gone on to the tour to visit the site, but they ultimately did not put in an RFP for it. So some of the key lease highlights that you'll see in the contract is it's an absolute net. That means the tenant is covering all the costs. There's no cost for the district to move forward on the lease. Per the board request, we did put it for an 8-year. That timing aligns when our lease expires on the Mary Avenue where our district office is located. So those would coincide as a possibility of revisiting. The base rent is approximately $2 million annually. You can see it's $166,000. And then there is an annual escalation of a 3% built in for the duration of the 8 years. At the end of the total 8 years, we would see about approximately $17.8 million. And then within that 8 years, there is a 4 years renewal process that we could elect to continue the lease with if we chose to. Again, just kind of reiterating over the course of the 8 years, it would be $17.8 million. One of the pieces that is built into it, because Harper is new, they are not in this area, and we know that they are expected to grow with their preschool through 8th program. They are actually in their proposal, they are estimating that they would actually be at year 1 with 200 students and then incrementally grow each of the years, with year 2 being at 270, year 3 at 330, year 4 at 390, and then year 5 at that 450. What we did build into it is if for any reason during the first year, they are higher than what they had originally estimated and they come in at over 300 students, then there would be an additional 5% on their lease rate. If they were to come in with more than 400 students that first year, there would be a 10% increase to their lease base rent. They are required to put down a security deposit. And again, there's no cost directed to us that we would have to incur as the district. This one, just kind of the highlighting of it, what they are interested in is getting early access, although they wouldn't actually start their programs until July 1 of 2026. They are interested in getting into as early as January 1, access to classrooms, possibly up to a total of 8 classrooms. We would be able to charge them some early rent fees for it. And that $18,000 to $36,000 a month is really dependent on how many of the classrooms that they want. And again, it's an opportunity for them to get in early. They may want to do some maintenance work. They may want to do some just to get settled so that they could open their doors, I think, by July 1. And then this just kind of recoups what we had mentioned. There's no maintenance or utility costs for district. Any changes that they want would have to be approved by the district, but it would be a cost at them. We did build in early termination and reversion rights to ensure that at the end of the 8 years or at any time that we needed it, we do have a clause that we could provide them a termination notice. There are months that are called out for. They would have to be required to meet all the DSA Field Act requirements. The other piece, and I know that this was important when we were doing the lease out of tessellations, is that commitment to the community. I know that our community surrounding Meyerholtz right now like that access. It has a large field, a large blacktop, and so that is built as well, that the blacktop and field areas would be accessible to the public after 4 p.m. on weekdays and then open on the weekends as well. And then the tenant is responsible for the insurance part of it. Again, kind of that recap, full maintenance and site improvements are at the tenant's expense. We did add in, when we did the RFP, the area that Cooperdoodle is currently located in is carved out of the lease, so that it is not inclusive in this lease proposal going on. And that's approximately a little over 8,000 square feet. If for whatever reason the district chose to no longer continue the Cooperdoodle program, there is a clause in the contract that allows Harper to have first rights to bid on that at the existing lease square footage costs that they have. Does not mean that we have to lease it to them, but they would get that first option to hold that space. There is also a piece built into that in having the conversation of a commitment to our community collaboration, acknowledging some of the feedback that they had received about the parking and wanting to ensure parking is addressed, but really wanting it to be a partnership, not only with the community, but with CUSD as well, because it is, if we view it as, it's another option for our families to choose. And I think in partnering and giving back to our community, if there's some ways that we can do that and share some of the resources or share some of the activities, it's something we're actually looking at with Tessellations right now. And so I just think whatever we can do to help build that community involvement and connection to that is important as well. I do have Scott Sheldon here from Terra Realty. I've asked him, so if there's some of those more specific questions about, is this a good deal? What's happening with the market right now? He's here to address in a much more thorough way than I'm able to.
All right, well, thank you. Let's start with board questions. Satish, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think I've gone through this lease agreement, okay? And especially I think I have a couple of questions on this 10A, 10B, actually, if you go through that. It's a 27-page document, it's hard to, but I spent a couple of hours on that. So what I understand is there is a little bit of, okay, or I'll ask a question first before I go that, like, what's our early, we said that if we want to, in a normal course of it, how to terminate this lease, as well as if we want early, how it works, because there is a five-year requirement as per this, and you are giving only 8 years this lease. Means in 3 years we have to tell them to go out, right? So can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I'm actually going to invite Scott up because he can help address what the implications are with some of that language in the early release. Put him on the spot.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Scott Sheldon, Terra Realty Advisors. And so the question again, could you restate that, please?
Yeah, so I was saying that, like, you can explain that the termination process, like one is in the normal course of it. That's number one. And that is the 8-year lease. How does it automatically ends? That's number one. And number two, in case we need to do it early, what is the thing? Because I see a clause of 5 years of advance notice. Mm-hmm. Typically, a 5-year notice is very hard for someone to give. Like, 5 years from now, I need this school back. It is very hard, right? Of I need this premises back. So looks it's a large one out of 8 years. So can you explain a little bit more?
So the termination notice, that's, again, something that was needed by the district in order to be able to have the school. And again, matching that up with your existing Mary Lice. In terms of how the market looks at stuff like that, he's probably, I'm talking about Mr. Harper, is probably banking on the fact that the district will not need that space and that we'll be able to use it during the full term of the lease. But in terms of giving notice on it, it's purely a business decision. So if you give him a business decision that says, I need the space back, then you get the space back. So I think I answered your question, but let me know if I did.
No, you answered, but I think in the 10A, 10B clauses, if you go in that, I don't know whether you can go through that, if you can just open that thing, but it says that 2018, okay, you have to give, 2028.
Right, 2028, no later than.
Yeah, so you are just giving it for lease now, and 34 or 33, whenever we need it back, you have to inform them in next 3 years. So how and what, doesn't it look like something odd? Like you have an 8-year lease and 5 years in advance you have to tell them to vacate. Is it how it would be generally, or is it like a specific thing they ask for it?
Most negotiations like this are dependent on what the parties want. I'm sure that he probably did not want any kind of option like that, but the district wanted that option. So again, to try to answer that, to me, it would not be a typical way that you would do it. But in this particular case, because the district wants to have access back to the space, that you negotiated that in.
It's also, as we're bringing this forward to you, this is the feedback that we're looking at. Is there some changes that you'd want to this contract? I know Mr. Harper had planned to be here tonight, but he caught in the travel delays, so he's not here. But absolutely the feedback to come back and.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned on that. That's number one. So, and then if you do not inform them anything, what happens? Naturally, it will stop on 30, 33 or 34, whatever the date, or if we ask them only in 2030, it will be 2035 only they will leave it. I don't know whether I'm making that question clear. So anytime when we ask, we need to give 5-year time, right?
So that's for convenience. So there's a couple different exit clauses in there. One is for convenience. If we know that we're going to want to, we just want to take it back. We don't have to declare that we're going to use it for a public school. That would be that 5-year notice. The other one, if I'm explaining it correctly,
that's correct.
Is if our intent is to do it as we want to reopen it as a public school. Our enrollment's grown for whatever reason we want to notice it. We would have to notice them no earlier than June of 2031 to take it back over when the lease expires. The clause in there is if for whatever reason we don't use it as a public school, then they would have rights to continue their lease with the renewal lease.
The public school means like if Mary Avenue, like you just mentioned some time back, the Mary Avenue, it's getting over by the 2033. So if you want to move, that is considered as a public school or it's considered as an office?
That would be considered, I guess I would defer to that, whether district office is an entity of a public school.
Yes, it would be. How I'm looking at this in terms of the notices, maybe this is that you're going to be in communication with the tenant, in this case, Harper Schools, and that's going to make sure that there's dates on files that said, by this date, we need to make a decision whether we want the school back or not. And the same thing, not only in the 28, but also in the 31, where that, giving him notice of something that allows him to prepare to move somewhere else.
No, I understand.
And gives them plenty of time.
I don't know. Is it okay? Or I'll wait for it or what?
Well,
I think I want to just come to.
You should get your answer.
Yeah, I think. Sorry for we should keep going inside more and more. My worry is that there are two parts of it, right? One is like I think since the Superintendent also mentioned about, because we would be needing this property some point of time for any purpose for the school. I understand not necessarily it will be a public school, because I'm not sure in 5-8 years from now we'll be opening a brand new public school. Okay, that I'm not sure. If it is that's a great thing, but at the same time, a district can decide, let's say, all IT is going there or something like that, right? Something we are thinking, or the district office itself could be moving there, or we wanted a boardroom to be there, something like that, right? We need that property back for our own use. But this clause gives a little bit of ambiguity there. So this notice is a little bit of ambiguity for me. Second thing is the future usage of hours. We have to convince them is not a good thing. So I see there are some wordings probably we'll have to look into. This could be a comment, but this question became a comment more toward the end now when I'm talking. But I think I'm a little bit of concerned on such areas. I think I'm not an expert in how to write a lease thing, but I think we need to fine tune this.
And I can say, as we look at those, the cause and the termination, again, it was based on, we knew that we wanted to align the termination or the possible termination in the 8 years when our district office at Mary Avenue expires. And so if the desire of the board is, right now we would have to notify by 2028, which is 3 years out. If we wanted to, just for convenience, we don't have to specify why, we just want the property back, we would have to notify by 2028 to take it over in 2033. I am sensing from just the first comments and questions from the board that there's not a comfort level with that, is that why would we make a decision within 3 years that doesn't go into effect for 5 years? And so is the ability to go back and relook at that termination clause where we give notice and 2 years prior to the expiration of the lease, or other clauses built into there. I was not part of the negotiating on this contract, and unfortunately, Mr. Ju isn't here tonight to to share some of those details on it as well.
And I was not either. So I'm trying to interpret what the intent is. And again, I think what the intent is to give the tenant enough time to be able to relocate somewhere else.
No, that is understood. I think that's definitely we need to be. It's a mutual agreement. But I think this looks like an 80% and 20%. Like it's not a fully balanced way. Okay, I'll wait for my next thing. I don't want to hear other things.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I know it's not comment time. So my question is, I'm seeing that the lease still has the 365. The last time this came before the board, we had asked for staff to go back to negotiate some more, especially considering most of I think almost all of the other tenants that we have a starting rate of 375. And so can you just explain that a little bit? And if it's market, like I would love to understand like what the market is right now, all of that things. Help me understand.
So I'll address the negotiating part, and then I'll turn it to Mr. Sheldon to talk more about the market rate. So in the negotiations, that is what Harper came in as with an offer, and that was what they held for. They were not interested in coming up to a higher rate. So that's what we brought the lease back for. As far as market rate and what's fair and comparable.
Yeah, and just to piggyback a little bit on that, Superintendent Yao, they do have, it's all based on the number of students that they're going to have, and that's what they feel that they can pay based on the number of students. If they have more students, they're willing to pay more. So, and again, that was part of that negotiation that I'm aware of. In terms of where the market is right now, I can tell you that we just did another lease in San Jose at $3.30 a square foot. The market is not the same market as it was 2 years ago, especially when we did the tessellations. It's a different market. It's a different market because of interest rates, because of the things that just are going on in the general market with tariffs, with all the political issues that are going on, and what we're seeing across the board. And that's not just in schools, but across real estate. Home prices are not going up at the same rate. Certainly commercial buildings, and that's very comparable to what schools are, commercial buildings. Those are either vacant, or if they are being leased, they're leased at much less rent. So what we're seeing, and that's not just in the Bay Area, that's everywhere. So that's the biggest reason why. We originally thought that it would be in the $3.75 to $4 a square foot range. That's what we had talked about, but that was a year and a half ago, and the world is completely different.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one. Oops. Yeah, 2 questions, and the first one is that about our district office on Mary. So, how much is the annual lease?
I believe it's right at 800,000.
I think it's at 600.
Closer to 500.
571.
Yeah.
It increases in 2028, I believe.
You know that.
Okay, cool. And so when that lease will expire?
2033. So it aligns with the expiration of this lease.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's good. For this slide. Okay, which one? That's for the renewal. It says 2 4-year FMV based options. What does that mean?
Fair market value.
Oh, fair market value.
Yes. So that would be the parties would get together and come up. Here's what generally these kinds of properties are leasing for. Mm-hmm. And if there couldn't be an agreement between the district and the tenant, then there would be an appraisal that would be done to determine that.
So that means, say, 8 years later, if that's a renewal, the new renewal will be 4 years instead of 8 years. Right?
It will be reset for the next 4 years. That's correct. So if it's $3.65 plus whatever inflation happened, and let's say it's at $3.80 in 8 years. I'm not saying that it is, but let's say that it is. Then if the market said that it was worth $4 a square foot, then he would have to pay $4 a square foot in order to exercise the option.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ava.
Thank you, Scott, for being here. I think some of my colleagues had had asked some of my questions. My other question that's different is for the 3% raise on the rent every year. Is that competitive?
What we're seeing, because nobody knows what inflation is going to be, is that it's been negotiated. A lot of times it's, CPI, there may be a floor and a ceiling, or it's just a fixed rate. So I've seen it both ways.
Okay. Did you say you didn't have time to look over the contract, or have you?
No, I've looked at it.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't negotiate these parts of it.
What would you have negotiated differently if you were on our side?
Well, I am on your side.
On our side. Negotiations with us,
The only thing that, and again, it's a little bit confusing to me on the termination language or that's really the only thing that I get it, but that part, and again, I know, or I believe I know what the thing is because the dates line up, is that, if you're going to give me, first of all, an 8-year lease is a very short-term lease. I'm surprised that he agreed to that, but that's good, in terms of that, because there's going to be a capital cost, there's going to be a cost to generate students and everything else, and you typically want to amortize that out over 10 years. So that was one of the reasons why a couple of people did not respond on it, was because the time was too short. So it's good that he's willing to line up with what the district's requirements are in terms of, I may want this back because I have another use, whether it's moving the DO, whatever it is, that gives the district much more flexibility. So from that perspective, I think that's all good. I think that the lease rate is competitive today in the market. And again, the only thing that maybe could be tightened up a little bit is the language on the termination.
Okay. Those are my two. So come back.
All right. Okay, I'll remember. All right. Thanks. I think most of my questions are around why is it the way it is, since you weren't there. So I'll try to maybe ask it a different way. Under 10A, it talks about if we were to exercise this, we're to reimburse the tenant, then unamortized cost of improvements. In your experience, it seems like this language is really loose, right? Because it seems like they could build $10 million worth of improvements, and for us to exercise this, we need to be able to pay them $10 million and then we don't have $10 million. It seems like, do people usually write a little bit more about how this gets paid back? Is there a time period? Is it a one-time cash? It's just saying reimburse the unamortized cost of improvements. These improvements could run into millions. I'm just wondering, is that typical to leave it open like this, or?
What I would do is probably define what those improvements are. Right. And again, I go back to the whole thing. Normally, if somebody is going to spend any money, and I don't know if there's been any discussions in terms of what he's going to spend, but the buildings are in very good shape from my perspective. And if he's going to do something to them, first of all, he has to get the okay. So there is a process in the lease that they have to go back and here's what we're planning on doing. Are you okay with it? And I guess that would be the time when you say, okay, well, what's the cost of that? And are you going to consider this something that if we remove you earlier, that's going to be part of a tenant improvement cost? So that part of it is built in. It probably could be worded a little bit better, but I think that's built in, or the mechanism is built in. Okay. But it's not atypical to have somebody come in and say, if I'm going to do something that's going to cost a bunch of money, I need to amortize it over 10 years. If you're going to make me go earlier, then I'm going to want that ability to be able for you to pay me back for that. Okay. I have no problem with that concept. Sure. I think it's the documentation of it maybe can be a little bit better.
Right. I don't know. I like to have these languages be tight rather than people arguing over them years later. Second question, I actually have multiple, but this will be my second one. In your reading of the contract, this paying back of cost of improvements, does that apply in 10B if it was termination? I don't see it mentioned.
No, that's my understanding is that no, that's okay. It's the end of the term, because he should have calculated whatever he needed to for an 8-year term.
But the way this is written is that even though we look at it as it's an 8-year term and then they have renewal, it looks like the district needs to actively exercise the right to block their option to renew. And in fact, we only have a 1-year window to do it. If that's my reading of 10B, it's a long paragraph, but basically we have a 1-year window to exercise them not renewing. Right. So it seems like it's like an opt-in kind of, it's sort of like the district would have to take active action to stop the renewal from happening. And we only have a one, as opposed to, what I would have thought last week, when we talked about this, which is we have an 8-year lease and then they can renew.
Right. And do I understand what you're saying? And typically in lease agreements like this, especially with term on them, which this is considered term, anything over 5 years,
right.
What you're probably going to do, and what we always do is, if a lease has 10 years of term, 8 years of term, or whatever, we're going to give that tenant notice 2 years ahead of time anyway, and say, by the way, your lease is coming up. What do you want to do?
Okay.
And again, so there's the proactive way, which we always do, but then, writing in a lease, I mean, the lease term is a lease term, and it sunsets at that point in time. I would agree that do you need to have a proactive statement in there that you're going to actually terminate the lease when you already have the right to terminate it? That's a legal question.
Okay.
From my perspective, you should do it anyway, but I would defer to the attorney on that, whether that's something that you should be in the agreement.
And maybe I'll just sneak this one in. I thought it was asked. I thought Satish asked this. 10B talks about, the district requires premises we open a public school. So does a district office building count as a public school? I guess I find it surprising that we all know we want to have a district office there, and yet it's not written here. And I don't find, sorry, and now, so maybe I'll just stop. In your opinion, should we augment the language so it says a district office?
It never hurts to be more clear.
Okay. I'm just wondering why we not have put that in there when we knew we were going to do this, but whatever. Okay, those are my 2 questions. I will, Satish, back to you if you have any.
I think, okay, no more questions. I think we discussed, very, very similar. Everybody's asking questions in 10A, 10B kind of things. I think we need to change it, but I would suggest that, again, going back to the district office things, I think why only district office? Anything, it's our property. It's my home. I want to take it back and remodel whichever way I want. Why should I be convincing the tenant, actually, right? So the time is over, we should get it back kind of things, right? So I think more you write around that, it's more riskier. I think it's up to us to be deciding what we will be doing after that thing. Okay. So I think overall, rather than asking question, probably is it a comment?
Comments.
Yeah, I think comment overall, I think we see it's a little bit of loose around, right? I think we need to relook into this, and probably this 27 page, and there may be more loopholes around, and we need to relook into this before we make any decision on this. Yeah, we all agree that we have to give it for, and we are in a financial crunch. I agree, we need money, but at the same time, money part is one which Sylvia asked about 365 versus 75 or 4 or whatever. If you can get the best deal, that is the good thing. Second thing is, let's not get into a lock here that this will be always with the tenant rather than us, right? And such a big property, we would be needing it some point of time for sure. Like when I don't know today if you say I can. That's what that 5-year thing. I'm worried, right? And by 2028, whether we know we need it or not, 5 years is too. So there are multiple areas which I think some gray thing where they can interpret in different way, or we can get caught on this. I think request you to get into this, and whatever needed, we have to tighten this.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvia.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think when we negotiated for tessellations and for Montebello, Terra Realty was part of the negotiations, right? Or no?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah, maybe rather than us kind of nitpicking all the different things, I think it would be helpful to have the expert in the room who's going to be advocating for those things to make sure that we're getting the best deal. I share the same concern in terms of the 5-year. It does feel uneven, and it feels like, especially because if part of our in my head, part of the reasoning for the 8-year is because 8 years from now, we don't know what our landlords at the Mary office are going to do. And if there's a sudden huge, rent spike, then having the Meyerholtz campus as an option, I think, was the whole idea behind timing the 8 years. But then if we're forced to make a decision 3 years from now, that basically makes the whole point of it moot. So I'd like to explore that a little bit more and understand like what we can do to like give us just some more flexibility with that. Understanding too at the same time that, as a tenant, they need to have that time. And I want to be fair for that too. But and then I'm not really understanding the difference between the A and the B. And why is it no earlier than the 36 months in terms of end of term versus convenience? So I guess just getting some more clarity on that in terms of the writing and making sure that it's very it doesn't pigeonhole us into not having options. It's helpful to understand the market right now and the 365, although it still kind of chafes me that they would be coming in lower than what our current tenants are paying. But given that it's an 8-year restriction, given that it's current market rates, tariffs, all that kind of stuff, that's helpful to understand. So thank you for that. And I think the other thing that's really important for me is making sure that the community and the neighborhood is absolutely aware of what's happening, and making sure that we're not relying on the tenant to make those communications, but that we're in charge of making those communications.
Okay, thanks. Long.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I do not have more questions.
Okay. Do you have any comments? I think we're kind of doing comments also.
Oh, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ava?
Definitely, Scott, would like to have you at that table. Appreciate your expertise and thank you for explaining what the current market rate is. Had concern with the Section 10 on termination. If you look at the exercise, they can give 1 year if they want to renew, which is way less than what we have to give. Agreed to kind of look over it so that I think 2 years is pretty, if you're talking about moving a school, and when we had to consolidate our schools and close down Meyerholtz, right? It took movement about a year and a half or 2? A year and a half, probably. So I'm thinking it would be a year and a half or 2 for us to give notice, and that gives us enough time too for if we had to move. Agree that the 5-year is way too long. And I think the notice, I think, should be equal between tenant and landlord. But yeah, definitely kind of relook at this and agree with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Ava. For me, I guess I don't have any more questions. Really, feedback for staff. I will not support the lease in its current form. I think right now, the way Section 10 is written, there's no way for us to get this property back without triggering a penalty. If you look at 10B, it talks about this only applies if you reopen a school or program. I don't think you could argue that a district office is a school or a program. What that means is it drops into 10A. Okay, that forces us to reimburse them for the cost of improvements. There's a 1-year rent penalty, right? Abate payments of rent for a year. And so it's almost like there's a built-in penalty of free rent for them for a year if we take their property back. What I would like, so I have no idea why this was done this way, but I would like this section redone so that, and I'll just say my desire is to move back to Meyer Holtz at the end of 8 years. I want the lease to reflect the fact to make it easy to do that we shouldn't have to actively do things and all this, that should be the default action. That's my preference. I don't know what others folks, but it feels like right now there's no way to take the property back without triggering this free rent, and then we're on the hook for all these unamortized improvements. So that's point number one. Point number two is in the options for renew. So term one, okay, we do fair market value, that's fair. Then term two, then it's just a 3% increase. I like to see a fair market value reevaluation done then too. I don't see any, we're talking 12 years out. I'm not going to sit here and make some decision for a board 12 years from now, locking them into a 3% increase. I don't think it's unfair to ask for a fair market evaluation for that second one. Couple other things. I think it's just language tightening up. It talks about, allowing, and I'm glad there are hours in there of when the public can access it. But I like to have a little bit more because we're always getting emails from people like, oh, I want to get into here and the gate is locked and all this kind of stuff, just to kind of be clear whose responsibility it is and all that. But I think generally just the big, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Sheldon, that maybe people want longer leases and maybe this 8-year thing, it's an imposition on folks. But I just want to be frank that at least for me, my intent is to take the property back. I know what happens with a lot of these private schools when they lease campuses from public schools, these public school districts almost never get them back. I don't know, and if you look at Stratford, because they basically end up there forever. And maybe there are reasons for that. But I think in this case, we have a specific reason, right? We need a district office. And so I don't want the lease to be structured such that taking it back becomes an exception. It should be the default. And then if we choose, we get a good rent and we want, then we go and renew. Because the way it's written right now, it's that the default option is we never get it back. And then there's the way 10A and 10B reads to me are penalties that we have to incur in taking the property back. And so I can't support it in this current form.
I would definitely interject and say, based on the feedback that you guys have provided, I would recommend allow staff will take back the lease. I'll work with Mr. Sheldon. And I guess my ask is there still interest in pursuing a lease with Harper if we can do any of the revisions or adjustments on it?
I think, let's spoke last. And for myself, yes, I certainly am interested. I just want to make sure we don't have a landmine 8 years from now for the future board that they're stuck. So that's really my concern with this lease. And then sort of a fairness around the renew options in 11. Yeah.
My view of the world is an 8-year lease, and that's it. And then anything that you do over and above that is something that's specifically negotiated and determined at that time.
If it's written that way, I would.
That's how I normally see it, and we do it that way. So again,
not how it's written here, though.
Yeah,
kind of is, and it isn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be worded differently.
All right. I should have checked for public comments. Apologize. Some public comments on this one. Oh, I'm sorry, Ava, go ahead.
Just a clarification. Reading the profile, I don't think it's Mr. Harper. I think it's Joe Wagner, or is there a guy named Mr. Harper? Just clarify.
Oh, that could have been my error.
Yes,
I know it is Miss Joe.
It is Wagner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it typical at this stage, Scott, for them to show up? Because I remember when we did tessellations, they showed up at the second meeting to kind of answer some questions.
Yeah, my understanding from Superintendent Yao is that he was planning on being here, but travel is kind of
gridlocked.
Yeah. So, and he's coming from St. Louis. So again, that from my perspective, he would get a get out of jail free card for that because it's outside of his control.
We do have Zoom.
Okay. So I'd like to check for comments. Do we have public comments on?
We do. We have one public comment.
Okay.
Samuel Bayless, if you could please raise your hand. Sam, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi there. I'd like to urge the board to reject and renegotiate the lease with the Harper School on the Mayor Holt site because the rent escalation terms of 3% barely match inflation and they don't compensate the district for potential losses of enrollment by a new private TK to 8 school in the district. This contract risks making the fiscal deficit by the district worse. The superintendent frames the new school as another option for our family to choose. I dislike that framing. We can't keep shifting education from public to private provision, and it's not the role of a school district to subsidize facilities for private businesses. The cheap school sites we give away to private business is one of the reasons we have falling enrollment in the district. Any terms we agree with a private TK to 8 provider operating on district property should model the effects of on district enrollment. The escalation based on enrollment in the contract does not begin to compensate the district for the loss of students from public enrollment. For instance, the 5% increment for students between 300 and 400 full-time enrollment values those students' enrollments at $1,040 each, whereas the loss to the district if people move from our public schools into private provision is 10 times that. The escalation based on enrollment in the contract is only in the first year, whereas we would see fiscal costs from drops in enrollment in every subsequent year for the district. I'd urge the district back to the negotiating table to make a deal with more aggressive escalation terms that more appropriately value the district's real estate, or to rent the property to businesses that don't compete with the provision of public education, such as after-school care, daycare, or higher education. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Any comments, questions from the board? No? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. All right. What do we have here next? 4 action items. So, we'll introduce them or?
It's action, so
we need a motion. Okay, so the first item is the approval of the 25-26 early retirement incentives. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll move.
Thanks, Sylvia. In a second.
I'll second.
Which one are we at?
Okay. L1. Okay. So I heard Satish. So okay.
No presentation on it. Same information we brought back to them.
All right. Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, do we have public comments on this?
No, we do not.
Okay, then roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, the next item is the ratification of the TA with CEA. Could I get a motion, please? Thanks, Long. In a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Ava. Questions or comments from the board? Public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, third item is a ratification of the TA with CSEA. Could I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thanks, Satish. Second.
I can second.
Thanks, Sylvia. Questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Public comments? No. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, and then the last action item is the approval of the 25-26 CEA and CSEA salary schedules. Motion, please.
I move.
Thanks, Ava. And a second.
A second.
Thanks, Long. Questions or comments from the board? No. Public comments?
No.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. All right, great. All right, the next up is the consent calendar. We have 16 items on the consent calendar.
I like to believe it's item 11.
Okay,
Ask a question about that clarification.
okay, so we're polling item 11. And any other things folks like to poll? Okay, I also like to poll item 12. I also have some questions. So we're polling items 11 and 12. So I'll entertain a motion for the rest of the consent items.
Yeah, I'll make it 1 to 10 and 13 to 16.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Satish. In a second.
I'll second.
Thanks, Ava. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leon.
Aye.
Trustee Madhato.
Aye.
Trustee Lu.
Aye. Okay, item 11, Ava, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, number 11 says approval of new job description salary range for the position nutritional services menu specialist. Is this just a change of the pay amount, or is this a brand new position?
This is a new position that has not existed before.
Okay, who did the work before this?
So it's spread out through the office, and then we currently have a consultant that's doing the work, and we want to bring that in-house. Now that we have the Universal Meals Program with the increase in work, as we've increased our SEIU staff, raised the hours of the CSEA staff, there was still a need to add some additional help in our office.
Does this new position will replace the contracted services that we have with Brigade?
No, it's completely different.
So this is in addition to that?
It's different work, yes.
So it's a brand new position, and is this like a management position?
No, it's a CSEA position.
This is funded through the nutrition funds. This doesn't come out of general funds. So
No,
this is with the expansion of all the free lunch and breakfast to all students, that just the work has not been able to be kept up with the current staff. We're continuing to expand the number of students that are being fed. And so there's the opportunity with the funds that are available under the nutrition funding to hire a person to do this work.
$131,000.
That's salary and benefits. That's all the burdens included.
Yeah.
What is it without the benefits?
It is 445.
It should be on the salary schedule.
Yeah, the salary schedule is attached to the agenda item starts. So it's actually the hourly salary schedule, $34.64 per hour is the starting step.
If this is not, my understanding of Brigade is that they have help with the teaching and the menu and cooking, right?
It's a different position. The Brigade position provides for Alonzo, our chef, to be in-house. He's doing recipe development. He's doing staff training, sourcing of ingredients. This is completely different, looking at compliance with the federal and state regulations in our total menu planning, special diets, procurement of new food items. It's more of a clerical job. It's not a kitchen focused job.
I'm not used to looking at stuff in terms of like per hour. I'm used to like salary ranges. So it's hard for me to see the $34 in terms of salary when I'm looking at $131,000. I understand it has the benefits in there. I'm just a little concerned about this because if we were to have federal cuts, that's about, I think I remember $1.1 million from the nutritional program in terms of federal funds. So, and we're tight on budget and, yeah.
Majority of our funding comes from the state now. So we only have $1 million that comes from the federal government. We have $6.5 million that comes from the state. Yep. And Tina calculated really quick, $71,000 in salary at that range.
What other, is this position available for it? Is this position commonly found in other school districts?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, it is,
This
especially with the
position alone?
expansion of lunch and breakfast available to all students.
With this alone? Just with the same job descriptions?
Not entirely. District designs the job descriptions based on need, keeping them fairly broad so that we can cover all the services. So from district to district, you're not going to find necessarily identical job descriptions. Comparable, but not identical.
I'm gonna have, I don't have any more questions. I can see if,
Okay.
no, thanks.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions or comments on this? If not, please.
I don't think I heard the answer. What, so who is currently doing that work now? Is it just spread across multiple people right now?
It's spread across multiple people right now. Okay. And we have a consultant that's doing some of the work.
Okay, but that, and that consultant is not able to continue doing that work, or?
It's something that we don't see the work is required. We need it. It's one of our major compliance. And so we want to fold that into just a regular position that's part of the district because that work's not going away.
So it's slowly grown over the course of the last years as we've expanded the meals. So where everybody was doing parts of it before, it's just becoming we have a very robust menu that we offer to students. And so to continue to be able to offer that robust and menu planning, it is very challenging based on the current staff and trying to add these pieces onto their additional work because the funding is available, the need is available. We want to continue to grow and expand our menu options. This seemed like a financially responsible way to ensure that we get to support those meals.
I'll just ask one thing. So I think what I understand is anyhow for the nutrition department overall, it is not coming or general fund, you are not funding from that, right? I think that's important here, right? So
this is all state funding from
it is pretty much within the nutrition department. Whatever you're getting it, you're kind of using it. It is not like taking out of the general fund.
Correct.
Yeah, I think let's make it clear. Then I think that will a lot of questions would go away from that.
Absolutely.
That
this is specifically under the nutrition budget that Nicole oversees with the state. It's a small amount of federal funding. She does an amazing job of keeping well within her budget limitations, even though with increasing costs all around.
Okay, thank you. I think.
And I think it's important to say the nutrition department is self-sustaining.
Currently, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. How long, please?
Yeah, I have a general question. Say, do we normally have this kind of agenda item, say, for a new position like this?
I'm sorry, do we have the same process?
Yeah, I mean, say for before when we add a new position, do we also add a new agenda item in the board meeting?
So any new positions, job descriptions, we always will bring forward to the board for approval.
Okay.
Yeah, that is our process.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? If not,
I have a comment.
Yes.
Since this is a new position and it was previously done by other people, if there would be budget cuts or less money within your funding, would this be one of the positions that would go? Since it's a new position because it was done by other people before?
I mean, it's a hypothetical. When we're looking at layoffs and reductions, it's a lack of work or lack of funds. So that's always the application when we look at any reduction of classified positions. It meets those two thresholds.
I just question on the, if we're hiring Brigade to do some of this work, because if you're creating new recipes, you have to figure out the nutritional stuff. I worry about the duplication of jobs. if we're hiring contractor and like if yeah.
Just to clarify, Brigade is not the contractor that's currently doing this work. It's a different contractor. So the work again is very different. Brigade's focus is very much in the kitchen.
Okay.
This is very much in the office where it's compliance work.
So it's a different.
It's not this, yeah, Brigade is not the contractor that's currently doing this work.
Okay. Who is currently doing the work?
We have an independent contract agreement with someone that is a dietitian that does this work for us.
Do we have a name?
Her name is Linda Liu.
Okay. That will answer one of the questions I sent you an email about. I was like, who is this person? Why are they getting paid? Thank you.
All right.
We're
okay.
good.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion if someone would like to make one.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Satish. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thanks. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. Okay. Item 12. I pulled this one. I had a couple of questions. Is this SARB one per district or one per school?
This is per district.
Per district.
It is a
Okay.
district side.
So then I'm looking at like the names here, right? Some are names, some are placeholders, site administrator, school principal. So what are we approving or who are we appointing? Are we appointing only the named individuals or, yeah.
So I added this because this came up in the policy review recently as a new process. And there are some components that have to be flexible because it's a process where we are trying to support students and families in coming to school. And so we can't give a firm list because some of the positions there, they vary depending on which school we're talking about, like the principal, for example. So it's not a standing principal, it's just whoever the principal is for that school. So what happens is students are monitored for chronic absenteeism, and then there are multiple touch points and reaching out to the families. And then if there is no improvement, this is, a step further in the process.
So we have some names here like Carrie, so she's on there, but then there may be principals that come and go depending on need, it sounds like.
Depending on which student is brought into the SARB. So the principal of the school resource officer assigned to that school, the nurse assigned to that school, those things vary. Carrie oversees the entire process and receives the request for meeting from the school principals. She monitors chronic absenteeism in the district. And so it depends on which student case is being brought forth, and that would be the associated staff members and, of course, the parent as well.
But I think when you look at the composition of it, that you would take the names out of it, and there's typically Carrie as our Director of Student Services sits on the SARB for the district, no matter what school or student. We also always have a resource specialist. We also have a school nurse. We also have an SRO. It may change who the particular person is depending on which school, which principal, depending on if it's Blue Hills, it's going to be the Blue principal. So that's pretty typical with the SARB committee. I ran those for many, many years. And, you're just happy to get the people that consistently can be there so that they can help guide.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So I understand now that some of that there's a core team that's Carrie and some other folks, and then folks come and go as needed. Thank you. If no one else has any other questions or comments, seeing none, let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
I believe you need to have a motion.
Sorry, yes. Motion, please.
I move.
Thank you, Ava.
Yeah, a second.
Thanks. Everyone noticed but me.
Trustee Zhao.
Aye.
Trustee Chow.
Aye.
Trustee Leong.
Aye.
Trustee Madhatel.
Aye.
Trustee Liu.
Aye. Right, excellent. All right, and then moving on, section N, board activities. Who would like to go first? Whoever, I mean.
Yeah, I can go. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I visited some schools. I visited Eden, and Lawson, my assigned schools. And I also went to the 2x2x2 by many, okay, with Saratoga with Trustee Liang. And Trustee Liang made represented Stacy to give a report about our school district, and which was have a very good speech, great speech, and also went to saw the performance at Divagas, but the friendship for second grade and third grade, so it was a great performance. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Who would like to go next?
We had myself and Jerry. We had our bi-monthly meeting with all three union presidents. It was a very productive meeting. We spent about an hour and 20 minutes. Actually, with a lot of agenda in the thing, we had a very open conversation and really helpful it was. Then, so I wanted to thank President Lee. Then tomorrow we have 2x2x2 with Cupertino, actually. So with Fremont, Cupertino, and us, Cupertino, City of Cupertino, CUSD, and Fremont. Looking forward for that. Hear from that, and let's see how it goes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh.
I can go ahead and go. On actual Halloween day, the Sinju Sister City had a farewell dinner. We got a little performance from the kids performing they were wearing traditional wear, Taiwanese traditional wear, and they did a dance, and we had a ceremony thanking the host families, which was great, and the kids. So, and it was dinner too. So it was the tradition of serving dinner to the students, which is always my favorite thing, serving food. Yeah.
Can I just ask you?
Of course.
Unfortunately, I think I just wanted to declare, since you brought it up here, I don't think any other board members got the invitation for that. And it was sad, actually, which we were very active in this partnership, which we just saw today. So I think we should have had a chance to, get that. We missed that, actually. I think only Eva could go, because I don't know, whatever, we don't have to see that. But only you were able to attend, because
I didn't, I wasn't able to go for the lunch thing that happened on Tuesday because I was working.
Yeah.
And so I guess they said, well, you can come to the farewell thing. So, but I'm not sure how that was organized.
No, it's not your fault, but I think somewhere the communication was broken. So otherwise we would have given a company to Eva. Okay, thank you.
I was able to attend a drama performance at CMS, which was really great. They were performing a Twisted Alice in Wonderland short play, and it was just great to see how much energy and just, always love seeing the kids doing all the creative arts. And then also was able to attend the Miller Veterans Day ceremony, which is always such a great event every year. And actually the veterans this year presented several of our staff with recognition flowers and just thanked especially Nicole Gasparic, one of the teachers who's been spearheading this program for many, many years. It was great to see her get the recognition, as well as some of the secretaries and other staff that have been involved in it. So yeah.
Great. As for myself, let's see. Last Tuesday, I think Long and I attended a Future Ready think tank group that Mamu heads up. It's a new group to sort of look at, how we can use technology, and I guess conversation always ends up at AI, but to kind of to better support portrait work. So that's just getting started. We're excited. They're a small group of, I think, 8 folks, teachers and principals, and so that was good. We're very excited that we have that. I'll just, I attended the bi-monthly. This is going to be it was my last meeting, so I just want to kind of, thank the 3 union presidents. I've served on this for 2 years. I'll be coming off. I felt it, so just to share, I think it's really great to be able to talk to them and really get their perspectives on things that are happening at the sites. And so, as a board member, a lot of times we get the macro view. And so it's nice to be able to talk to them and kind of get feedback on what could work better and what's working well and all that. So that's really great. The third thing I just want to share is that I think Satish and I serve on this organization called Asian American Parent Association. We run an annual teacher mini grant program, and so we just went through process. We're very happy to be able to provide 15 mini grants to teachers. It's about $300 to lots of innovative projects. This year in our application, we did ask, how does your work, how does the grant proposal support the portrait work? So I'm really excited. We just got the notifications out to the teachers, and I'm very excited to see what will happen here this year with that. So
just want to add that I think the same thing. We got 37 applications from CUSD. Actually, it's pretty good, and we have gone through each of that. Actually, we had a very good way of selecting that, and everything is pretty good. Actually, very hard to pick the things. We did not have any request which was below the thing. Yeah.
Can I add one more thing? Just because Satish and I were able to attend the City of Cupertino's Community Service Awards. Our SRO, Alok Patel, Deputy Patel, was honored by the city, and he is our SRO. And I know he's just a rock star whenever he comes on campus, and the kids are always so excited to see him. So it was great to be able to recognize him and be there to cheer him on. So yeah, just want to recognize him.
Good mention.
I see him around town. He's always super positive. So,
all right.
It is.
Cool. Great. All right. Next item is agenda setting. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to a future agenda item? No. Okay.
I will just add a reminder that I will be out next week for the board meeting. So Deputy Superintendent Lanier will be sitting in my place.
All right. Yes, Ava.
Yeah,
please.
I was wondering if we in the future, I know you mentioned about the budget advisory meeting if we could have some sort of report of where we are in terms of revenue and expenditures, and then maybe the consideration of an audit, a third-party audit.
Okay. All right.
I think those are it off of my head. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. All right then. Okay. Well, we're going to adjourn us back to closed session here at 10:57. Thanks, everyone.